This place looks a lot like that room we saw back in the Forbidden Zone.
Huh? What's that? It's one of those!
A red woman in disguise. Or is this their true form?
So it was a trap?
It doesn't look like it can move. Tell me, are you the one who brought us here?
That is correct. It is unusual for me to have unexpected guests these days.
It can talk!
What are you?
Hevrect 35.
Hevrect 35. Is that your name?
Correct.
What is this place? No, wait, before that, just what exactly are you? Are you somehow associated with the Red Women?
Before I answer, I have a question for you. How did you all arrive in this sector?
We did not come to this place by choice. Our ship was brought here against our will, by a group of red women who can shift into the same form as you.
In that case, we can assume my brethren who serve the Great Spirit have deemed you all to be a threat most grave.
What do you mean, serve? Are you saying there really is someone more powerful than the Red Women, pulling their strings?
What did you do to us?
I examined your bodies. You have not been harmed in any way. Identifiers detected. The Sovereign and Maiden are among you. However, you aren't under its control. I see why they viewed you as a danger now.
Oh goody, more riddles.
Do you think we can trust this thing?
Like it or not, it may be our best chance at a ticket out of here. Let's at least hear it out.
I shall now answer your questions. We are Helganquil. The Red Women you encountered previously are a form of disguise we employ from time to time, but not our true form.
Helganquil?
You are on Dake Phasol, a celestial base which drifted here by accident. The will of Rena's Great Spirit no longer reaches us here. Since my sudden separation from the Great Spirit's influence, I have used any and all means to extend my lifespan. As I have done so, I have also set out to monitor and research Rena and Dana from this position.
A question. What is this Great Spirit of which you speak? Is it something that rules over your kind?
Correct. The Great Astral Spirit is a large mass of astral energy that fills all of Rena, one with its own will, a voice we cannot refuse.
A voice? Just like Dana.
The voice of the Great Spirit speaks to our hearts directly, and we have served it, without question, throughout the ages.
Does that mean it was controlling your minds? Wait a second. Could this Great Spirit be the true Sovereign of Rena?
The true ruler of Rena. It could be the same thing that's controlling Volron.
Wait, back up. You're telling us this Great Spirit of yours is the one that ordered you things to harvest the astral energy from Dana? I'm not sure I believe that.
Why not? We've already made contact with the will of Dana back in the Wedge, and in the Forbidden Zone on Lenegus. If Dana has a will of its own, I don't see why Rena wouldn't.
Maybe not, but think about what you're saying. If Dana has a will like Rena, then that would mean that we've been controlled by the voice of Dana this whole time, just like these things.
Dana's will hasn't been forcing us to do anything.
Yeah, but...
Let's assume that what Hevrect 35 claims is true, and that we are indeed cut off from both planets. Even if we had previously been under the control of Dana's will, we would have noticed now that we are disconnected.
Your fear is not based in logic. The voice of Dana is much smaller and quieter compared to that of Rena's great spirit. Rena's astral energy is amassed at its center, whereas Dana's is shared among all its constituents. So thinly is that energy spread that it cannot coalesce and formulate a will. Our findings here indicate as much.
Which explains why we felt its will where we did. The Wedge and Lenegis are where so much of that energy had been accumulated.
The Great Spirit's desire is to consume all astral energy. And the pursuit of that desire is why you see Rena in its current state. As a result, it has turned its attention toward Dana.
Is that why the crown contest is necessary? So that the Great Spirit can feed off of Dana?
Indeed. And it was to that end that we Helganquil devised the crown contest. Had the initial spirit channeling from 300 years ago succeeded, all of Dana's astral energy would have been seized.
But the ceremony failed. Lenegis was severely damaged, and you lost both the Sovereign and the Renasalma.
Correct. A change in plan was required to ensure the spirit channeling's success. However, recreating the Renis Alma required a vast amount of energy. That is why we turned to Dana.
So that was the real purpose behind the crown contest. An efficient means to harvest the necessary energy from Dana.
This is all happening because of me.
Nevertheless, you still haven't answered one of Alphen's original questions. Just why have you brought us here to your base, Hevrecht 35?
First, it was to confirm the identities of you, my unexpected visitors. Second, it was to ascertain whether you would be likely to accept my request.
A request? But what could someone like you want us to...
I wish for you all to slay the Great Spirit.
I'm sorry, did you just ask us to kill your master?
I did. It is in your best interest that you do so, I might add.
What makes you say that?
Lenegis has entered the final stage of the spirit channeling plan. As we speak, Dana's energy is being harvested en masse and transmitted to Rena. If nothing is done about the Great Spirit, it will not be long before all is lost.
You're saying the destruction we saw earlier is just the beginning? That...
We won't let that happen.
Why do you want us to kill the Great Spirit so badly? Is it to save our world? To free you, Helganquil, from under its control? Why?
No. My primary concern is validating our findings and analysis, which have taken many years to realize. As such, it is my desire to see how your actions impact and change these systems. However, I will not deny that vengeance also plays a part.
Vengeance? For what?
In spite of our long service to the Great Spirit, our species is on the brink of extinction.
You mean... you're dying?
At this stage, it would be wise for you to talk with the others. Ask them what you need to know. Once you have your answer, return to me. If you agree to help, I shall fix your ship.
Others? Just how many of you are there?
I am the only Helganquil who inhabits Dake Faisal.
Hey! Hey!
It's no use. I think it's done talking to us. Let's take a look around.
You can't seriously be buying anything that creature told us, right? I mean, it's practically blackmailing us into doing its dirty work.
To be honest, the conversation went on for so long, I'm not sure I understood all of it. How about you, Dohalim? Were you able to follow it at all?
At the very least, everything it said about the Renan Great Spirit adds up. At the end of the day, this whole chain of events comes back to astral energy. That being said, had we not previously encountered the will of Dana, I suspect I would find its story much more difficult to believe.
The spirit of Rena wants to see Dana completely destroyed.
But why? Astral energy is supposed to be a force that creates and shapes the world.
It doesn't matter. I don't care if we're up against an entire world or what its game is. We're not going to let it destroy Dana.
Right.
There is one other thing that concerns me. How the Great Spirit, the Helganquil, and the Crown Contest are all part of a centuries-long plan is clear enough. But what about the Renans? How do they factor into all this?
Now that you mention it, and all that talk, Hevric 35 never even brought up the Renans once. And as for the Helganquil, we never did find out just what they are either.
Maybe it had a reason for keeping its silence. Or perhaps there's even more going on. Maybe the others will shed more light on the matter. Let's find out. Who are they?
What is it?
Oh, my apologies. It's just been so long since I've seen any humans from the outside world.
Are you a Renan?
Oh, yeah, I guess so. The Overseer told us to answer any questions you might have. Whatever you want to know, we'll tell you as much as we can. But be quick. Our subjects are undergoing a dramatic shift that we don't want to miss.
What a weird guy.
He must have meant Hevric 35 when he mentioned that Overseer.
And what was that about subjects? You don't think he meant Dana and Rena, do you?
There isn't anyone else we can talk to. I guess we should ask around here.
Have you guys lived up here in Dig Faisal with Hevrek 35 for a long time?
Yes. I couldn't tell you off the top of my head just how long it's been, though. We regularly go into stasis, so our sense of time has gotten rather out of whack over the years.
Why are you all even here in the first place?
Originally, this station was where we worked to perform maintenance on Lenegis from the outside.
We heard that the facility ended up in its current location due to an accident.
Oh, it was terrible. Apparently there was some kind of accident, and when help never arrived, they presumed the entire facility had been destroyed.
And you've been working for Hevrek 35 ever since?
Well, at first we thought that there was nobody else inside the facility, but then it turned out the Overseer was there all along.
What do you mean?
The Helganquil have the technology to cloak themselves around us Renans. As long as they don't do anything obvious, a Renan won't see one, even if it's right in front of them.
Which would explain why Shion and I failed to notice the Red Women previously. Do they employ an astral art of some sort?
I haven't been able to scientifically confirm it for myself, but from what I understand, the type of cloaking they use is primarily achieved through mechanical means. In addition, they also used hypnosis devices and information control to get us to do what they wanted without being detected. It's a pretty sophisticated operation, especially since it avoids any unnecessary conflict. I have to imagine that's how Lenegis is still run.
But aren't the Helganquil themselves controlled by the Great Spirit? If so, why aren't Renans affected by it in the same way?
The Great Spirit's mind control only works on Helganquil, so they had to employ other means to manipulate us Renans.
You act like this didn't affect you personally. If I was you, I'd be mad as hell at their deceptions.
I mean, sure, I was surprised when I first found out about it, but it happened so long ago.
Hevrek 35 has clearly ceased concealing itself, though. Why is that?
Who can say? My guess is it just got bored, or maybe even a little lonely.
Don't you want to go back home to Rena or Lenegis? Our ship is going to be fixed pretty soon. You could ride with us.
No way. If we went back after knowing the truth, they'd either just brainwash us or purge us outright. After all this time, there's nothing to be gained from going back. We've all agreed it'd be best to simply stay here and watch everything unfold instead. Things are going just fine with the Overseer. Not that it'll be around much longer. It can't extend its life any further. That said, I'm sure it's pleased to see the final stage of the plan before it passes on, though.
Thank you for answering our questions. Can we talk to you for a few minutes?
Sure. It's going to be a while before the two planets undergo their next shift, so I can talk until then.
Please, tell us what you know about the Helganquil.
You mean the Overseer species? I can't say I know much about them.
Well, for starters, where'd they come from?
Where else? From Rena, obviously.
From Rena? Wait, are you telling us those things live right alongside the Renans down there?
Of course not. There's really no such thing as Renans in the first place.
Excuse me?
Oh, I thought the Overseer explained everything.
Apparently not.
Please, tell us more.
Well, in a nutshell, the Renans were originally created from Danans by the Helganquil.
But if that's true, then that would mean there aren't any people on Rena.
There aren't, but there are Helganquil. That's what the name literally means in their language, people of Rena.
But what need could they possibly have to create a whole new race of people?
It was a way to bolster their dwindling workforce. I trust you're aware that the Helganquil are on the verge of extinction, yes? In essence, we were created to carry on their work for the Great Spirit after they all die. They gathered Danans who had an affinity for astral arts and proceeded from there. That's why we, as their descendants, can all cast arts, albeit to varying degrees.
Let me get this straight. Are you saying Renans were originally created from Danans that the Helganquil kidnapped?
Wait, that explains why almost nobody can use astral arts on Dana now.
Helganquil technology is truly amazing. The way they alter their bodies is far less invasive than your conventional surgeries. They have these tiny machines that are practically invisible, which they insert into their bodies and—
Enough! You needn't tell us anymore.
How can you speak so calmly about all of this?
I guess I can see how, when viewed in a certain light, their ways may sound grotesque. But if you ask me, I think they ultimately did us a favor. They saved us from crawling the earth in ignorance. If it meant their hands had to get a little dirty in the process, then so be it. Anyway, the Helganquil are the real Renans. Personally, I don't think it's such a big deal. They're also mostly the ones behind what you see going on between the two planets. I think that covers just about everything worth knowing.
I see. Thanks for filling us in.
Does he really expect us to believe that Renans never truly existed? How absurd.
Dohalim.
Just when I think we're getting to the bottom of it all, some new revelation smacks us in the face.
Then let's hope this is our last revelation for a while. Do you know anything about a spirit channeling plan?
If you mean the first plan from 300 years ago, then yes. Do you know what its main objective was?
Yes. It was to use Lenegis to siphon off Dana's astral energy and send it to Rena.
Exactly. However, there were two problems we had to consider. First was how to collect and send such a large quantity of astral energy without it becoming sentient. Second, we had to figure out how to convert Dana's energy so it would be compatible with Rena.
I take it the solutions to those problems were to use the wedge for the collection, and then the Sovereign and Maiden to convert the energy.
We have a winner! However, the first plan failed when the Sovereign was overwhelmed and became frenzied. The reason for that is because the Maiden lost control. I'm told he slaughtered many Renans in Helganquil that day. For the next plan, we tried to recreate the Renis Alma, but we didn't have nearly enough of the other non-dark astral energy types. To amend that, we set our sights on Dana, and implemented a system whereby we could extract energy from it.
And the crown contest began.
Correct. Since the Maiden had been the failing point in the previous plan, it was decided to replace her role with machinery to avoid further mishaps. A new Sovereign had to be made as well. It was such tremendously difficult work, its success was dubious. But from the look of things, it would appear such worries were unfounded.
So that's what the purpose of that room we found in the Forbidden Zone was.
What about the flower that sprouted from Rena?
Flower? Oh, that thing. That's the physical manifestation of all the astral energy that's been harvested from Dana. As I'm sure you've noticed, it's quite a lot of energy. At this point, it's likely that it's become physically integrated with Rena's planetary structure.
Hevricht 35 mentioned that the spirit channeling plan is entering its final stage. Is that true?
It is. I never thought I would live to see the day with my own eyes, and yet here we are. Are we done talking now? If it's all the same to you, I'd really rather not miss anything that's about to happen.
He talks like the potential end of the world is just another day on the job.
You've got to remember that these guys have been living alone up here for a long time. Who knows what shape their minds are in?
It feels like our whole world has been turned upside down. Is there anything we know that's still true at this point?
Seriously, I'm still trying to process the fact that we Renans were created by the Helganquil, let alone the Sovereign and Maiden stuff.
Let's take a moment to gather ourselves. I know all of this is a lot to believe and take in, but I think it's fair to say that we've found the answers we've been looking for. Does everyone agree?
Agreed. Though I'll admit that I never expected it to all boil down to Rena's great spirit being behind everything.
Everything that's happened, everything we've endured, it's all because of astral energy.
And to get that energy, the Great Spirit took control of the Helganquil. Then the Helganquil created the Renans, who went on to invade and rule over the Danans.
Plus, the reason the Great Spirit can't directly control the Renans as well is likely because they were originally Danans all along.
Either way, I think it's fair to say we've all had a lot to take in at once. Maybe too much, even. We should probably take it easy and rest our minds a bit. Why don't we all take some time to think things over, before we decide on our next move?
That's a good idea, Kisara. If the Renan Great Spirit really is behind all this, then we've got a really big fight ahead of us. Because it's not just Dana on the line, but Rena too. If we're going to do this, we need to be completely sure of ourselves. So let's go ahead and break off for now. We aren't in any immediate danger, so we should be okay. You sure you don't want to be alone right now?
I could ask you the same question.
I figured I'd get all my thinking in while walking around and checking up on everybody.
I'll go along with you. I'm interested to hear what's on everyone's minds too.
Sounds good. Let's go find them.
Everyone's just gone their own way, huh?
Yeah, let's hit up each spot. Everything we thought we knew, it was all just a fabrication that the Red Women, no, that the Helganquil made up.
Right. Assuming we can believe anything that Hevrek 35 has told us, that is.
Well, if the names are anything to go by, it's possible the Helganquil could be behind the fruits of Helgen too.
But if Hevrek 35 was telling the truth, and this was all just one massive lie, does that mean everything we've done up until now has been pointless?
No, I don't think so. Or at least I hope not. I think it just means we've lost our foothold for now. That's all.
Really? Well then, if we've lost it, I guess we'll just have to find another. All of us together. And if we can't find one, then we'll make a new one. End of story.
Make one, huh? I see. Right then. Count me in.
Oh, it's you two. Does he seem like he's doing any better now?
He who? Oh, you mean Dohalim, don't you?
I know that we're all struggling to wrap our minds around it all, but he looked like he was taking it really hard earlier.
What do you think about everything we've learned? About the Renans, and the Great Spirit, and all that?
On some level, I'm not even really sure what to think, to be honest. I mean, the Great Spirit is like a huge natural disaster, but with a mind and will of its own. But if that thing's hellbent on trying to destroy our planet, then the only thing left for us to do is stop it. As for the Renans, I suppose my feelings on that are a bit more mixed.
How so?
Coexistence between Danans and Renans in Menancia is still a work in progress. In my case, I think that's partly because deep down, I was still on guard around Renans. So, to be told that they're like us, that they're actually just like us is, well, I guess it's a little deflating, to be honest.
You kept a pretty level head.
You mean about the Renans? At the end of the day, the Helganquil and the Great Spirit are the ones who are responsible. But at the same time, I realize that not every Danan is necessarily going to believe that either.
I know you're already aware of this, but the list of grievances the Danans have against the Renans is long, and understandably so. And if people then find out that they're all actually one and the same, yeah, I don't think they're going to take to it too kindly.
Even just among the Danans, I'm sure there'll be some who emerge with power and some who won't. I think if we can find a way to get rid of that imbalance, then we'll be in a truly good place.
Well, first we can try to figure out what to do about the existing conflicts we have.
Yeah. It'd be nice if one day people could learn to get past their hatred like Rinwell did.
It's no small task. We can't pretend like the past didn't happen and ask people to forget their very real pain and suffering.
Right. Everybody has their reasons for feeling the way that they do. But if we just keep yelling at each other about it, we'll never move on. In a worst-case scenario, it might lead to even more people getting killed.
And we all have to figure out how to meet halfway. Not just that, but to also embrace each other's pain, in a sense.
That's an interesting way of putting it.
It's true. Everybody has their own scars, their own trauma. The first step to healing those wounds is to put aside that hatred. It won't be achieved through reasoning, but I think it's a good first step, if nothing else. And now, I think I see a way to move forward. But to do that, first we need to make sure our planet isn't going to get wiped out.
You both seem awfully calm.
Only because after everything we've seen, we don't have the energy to keep being shocked.
How are you holding up, Rinwell? That whole talk about the Renans looked like it shook you up a bit.
Yeah. I get this sinking feeling whenever I remember how Danan mages like my family were persecuted and died out. And now, I finally know why that is. But I was thinking, if Renans end up living together with Danans again, then mages won't be such an unusual thing to see on Dana anymore, right? I know it's not as simple as all that, but Danans probably won't be so quick to let their guards down, and there might be Renans who still act superior because of their arts.
It wouldn't surprise me. 300 years of bad blood and prejudice isn't going to be an easy thing to overcome.
Yeah. I know firsthand just how much hatred can take hold in your heart once you let it in. But even so, I was still able to change. And if I can change, so can anyone else. So I was thinking maybe, I don't know, I could use my position as both a Danan and a mage to help bring both sides together.
Rinwell.
That great spirit worries me too, though. Dana's will feels so warm and inviting. So why is Rena's will trying to destroy our entire planet?
Now that you mention it, Everick 35 and the other scientists here never really brought that up. Maybe they don't know either.
Maybe. But regardless, at the end of the day, Dana's still our home. There's no way we can let it be destroyed.
We won't. We'll keep it safe no matter what.
I still can't believe it, man.
You're not the only one still trying to make sense of all this. Believe me.
Really? You've never struck me as the type of guy to get hung up on these sorts of things.
Did you forget what happened back in Thistleum? Once my memories started coming back to me, I felt completely and totally lost.
It was really that bad for you?
Yeah, it was. But thanks to Law and everybody else, I remembered that I still had things out there worth fighting for.
Man, I think you might be a better guy than me, Alphen. All I can remember thinking was, when's this guy gonna get his act together?
Law.
I was too worried about repeating the same mistakes I'd made back with my dad, and running away from the truth. That was no way to live. And I've tried to stay strong, my way. But all this talk about other races and the world ending, if I can be honest with you guys, it's just all too much for me to handle right now.
I know this is going to sound strange coming from me, but maybe the key is not to worry too much about the big stuff right now.
Oh?
I used to worry all the time about my thorns, for obvious reasons, but I never really opened up to anyone about them. And when I realized my visions pointed to a threat that was bigger than me, I didn't know what I should do or who to tell. But that's when I finally got it. You guys were all there for me, to teach me what's really important. I just had to open up and listen.
In other words, if you let the big picture stuff get you all muddled up inside, you'll begin to lose sight of what you really care about. Yeah, I think you're right.
The thing that's most important, what I really care about. All I want to do is protect the people that really matter to me, to fight for them. That's good enough, right?
Not everyone is strong enough to fight.
Huh?
It's something your dad told me once when he was still alive. Law, you know you're strong enough to fight, and you're strong enough to protect the people you care about. Forget all the big stuff going on. Just don't lose sight of what you want to protect in the first place. Sound good?
Yeah, I think it does. It's like a big weight's been lifted off my shoulders. I'll fight to protect the people around me. Just like I always have. I think that's best.
I apologize for making you witness that.
You mean hearing the origins of the Renans?
Indeed. It's shocking to have so many things I thought to be indelible fade away in mere seconds.
Even I'm still not sure everything we've heard here is actually true.
Let's not delude ourselves. If what we've heard is a lie, it's a rather elaborate one. I can only imagine that you must have been constantly feeling like this, ever since your memory returned, Alphen. And you as well, Shion. About your thorns, and being a maiden.
That's just part of being alive, don't you think?
To say the least. But enough about me. I'm not concerned for myself. What concerns me is all of the other Renans out there.
When you say the other Renans, you mean the ones that are living on Lenegis or Dana, right?
Correct. Even if we stop the Great Spirit from annihilating Dana, our problems will still remain. Putting aside the untold state that Rena may be in, if we do not truly belong there, we will have to think long and hard about where it is that we wish to return to.
So, I guess your only real choices at this point are to either stay on Lenegis or come down to Dana, huh? And right now, Lenegis might not even be a safe option.
And at the same time, Danans are hardly likely to embrace Renans with open arms. If the issue is forced, things could turn dire. There is, after all, 3 centuries worth of hatred to overcome between us. And the victims of our rule have absolutely every right to feel animosity towards us Renans. Our own circumstances as the aggressors are irrelevant.
I didn't expect the former Lord of Menancia to be so down about people reconciling.
Menancia's fate was a stroke of good luck. There had been backlash over how it had been ruled, and I was blessed to have sympathizers among my ranks. Still, even now, there remain ardent dissidents.
But things can still change if you have the right people to help lead the way. Isn't that what you hope to achieve on Lenegis, after this is all over?
Indeed. I have fully accepted the burden of that responsibility. In that regard, I remain determined. On that note, I have something of a favor to ask of you, Alphen.
Oh? What is it?
I wish for you to serve as a mediator so that the Renans can live on Dana peaceably. As the one and only Blazing Sword, I suspect the Danans may listen to what you have to say when problems arise.
And I take it that you'll be the one to represent the Renans?
Yes. I realize that I'm asking quite a lot of you. However, the fact of the matter is that it will take time for Renans to re-enter Danan society without any bloodshed. That is why...
You're the same as ever, Dohalim.
Is it too much?
No, relax. You get so tense and formal when you're asking for a favor. Listen, there's no need for that. We're friends.
You're too kind. I can see you were raised well.
That's some high praise, Alphen.
Then I'll ask once again, this time just as friends. Alphen, will you help me?
You don't even need to ask. Of course I will.
Thank you, my friend.
Well, it sounds like everyone's learning from their past and using it to create a better future for everyone.
What about you, Shion? How do you feel about the origin of the Renans?
To be honest, I'm not really all that shocked, actually. I mean, I might be a Renan in the literal sense, but I've never really felt like one of them. Right now, it's kind of a mystery.
How do you mean?
Because for a really, really long time, all I ever thought about was how I was going to die. Not if or when, but how. I thought I'd die alone. That fate had me in its steely grip. I would have never imagined that I'd be traveling with someone like you, fighting to save Rena and Dana. I mean, how could I have? It's been going on for 300 years. All this tragedy and destruction. When you consider the Helganquil's part in all this, it's been even longer than that. It was Naori's hope that somehow, someone in the future would be able to stop it, before it was too late. How it fell on us, of all people, to heed that call is a mystery.
I don't think Naori was hoping that we would just stop the world from getting destroyed. She considered me, a Danan, as a real person. And she very much cherished her own people, too. I don't think she wanted the world to be saved just so they could go back to hurting each other. Oh, maybe this is what she meant.
Huh?
when we were talking to Kisara earlier, about all that stuff like everyone's needing to meet halfway and embrace each other's pain and suffering, she said that the first step down that path was for each of us to put aside our own hatred. That means forgiving other people, even and especially before they forgive you.
Forgiving. So it goes both ways, right? Is that what you're saying?
Yeah. I don't just mean forgiving things that happened in the past either. Conflicts will keep happening. If we have any hope of moving on and building a better future, we have to all learn to forgive each other.
You know, you're right. People can hurt one another without even meaning to. I know that better than most, thanks to these thorns.
It's not going to be easy getting past this pain. But if we can do it, I'm sure there'll come a time when we can all truly understand each other. I'm there with you, Xion. I too want to protect the world we live in, and all the people we care about. I think that's the very least I can do to repay Naori for everything that she did.
Yeah. I want a future that she would feel proud to live in, and I'm going to fight for it.
Whoa there, Savior Girl. We're here to save you too, you know.
Yes, I know. Don't worry, I haven't forgotten. I want to live, and that's the honest truth.
Well, is everybody ready to do what needs to be done?
I am. There's a lot to think about, but at the end of the day, Dana's still in danger. I don't care who we're up against. We'll kick their ass.
What are your thoughts, Alphen? I want to know what's on your mind, too.
Like Law said, if we have to fight the Great Spirit on Rena, then so be it. It's trying to rob us of our entire world, and it's going to take not just our home, but all of existence along with it. That alone is enough to make it our enemy. But it's not only that. One way or another, I think beating the Great Spirit is going to be tied to us saving Xion.
You're saying there's a chance?
You're referring to the vision of destruction we all saw in Lenegis, I take it?
Yeah. 3 centuries ago, the astral energy that appeared at the spirit channeling ceremony showed Naori that vision. And to hear Xion tell it, it's the same one that she sees from her own thorns as well.
Indeed. Xion's thorns are comprised of dark astral energy, the one type which we know is native only to Rena. And if Rena's great spirit is what's behind Dana's pending destruction, then...
Xion's thorns are the Great Spirit? It's not actually on Rena like we thought?
We don't know anything for certain. At the very least, though, I think it's possible her thorns are a part of the Great Spirit.
While the main body resides in Rena.
Xion.
If these thorns really are a part of Rena's great spirit, I'm going to go over there and give it a piece of my mind and then some.
The question is, how do we confront it? Suffice it to say, that flower growing out of Rena is enormous, large enough to house the will of an entire planet. The Wedge and Lenegis were both hard enough for us to overcome in their own right. This is an altogether greater challenge for merely 6.
And we only know about the Thorns connection thanks to Naori.
Hevric 35 has been observing the Great Astral Spirit this whole time. It wouldn't ask us to fight it unless it has a plan of some sort. Let's go see what that is. Our minds are made up. Let's go give Hevric 35 our answer.
So if the Sovereign and Maiden were originally boot-up programs for Lenegis, what about now?
Even with the Forbidden Zone in ruins and the Renis Alma stolen, Lenegis is functioning fine. If it needed us before, it doesn't appear to now.
First they lumber you with a position you never asked for, then you're discarded like you're nothing? Who the hell do they think they are?
More importantly, who do they think we are? We might not even factor into their list of concerns.
I just hope everyone on Lenegis is safe.
Worst comes to worst, Lenegis is equipped with a large number of starships that people can escape in. As long as the whole satellite doesn't suddenly explode or something, they should be fine.
Wait, explode?
In any case, if we're truly going to make a difference, it's on Rena we're needed, not Lenegis. The people there will be fine, I'm sure of it.
Right.
Do you have your answer for me?
We want to ask something first. You're asking us to fight an entire planet. How exactly do you expect us to do that? You must have something up your sleeve, or else you wouldn't put us up to it.
The great astral spirit is an immense being, but its actual will does not run throughout its entire body. Rather, its will is derived from the core, which supports the rest of the body, and is where its strength is most densely concentrated. Therefore, if you destroy the core, the Great Spirit shall become unable to maintain sentience and return to being ordinary astral energy.
And how are we supposed to destroy that core?
By using the Renis Alma. You will also need the assistance of both the Sovereign and the Maiden. They are our best tools for suppressing and controlling astral energy. Using their powers, the Maiden shall seal the great astral spirit within her body, and the Sovereign shall wield the power of the Renis Alma to destroy it.
Hold on. That sounds a lot like what Shion described before.
Yeah, killing herself to take out the thorns with her.
She was actually right all along.
By my calculations, your powers combined should be sufficient to destroy the great astral spirit and disperse its energy widely enough to make it difficult to reform.
What will happen to the Maiden once we manage to beat the great astral spirit?
Any matter contained within the field of destruction shall be erased.
So it really will kill me.
This method is the most simple one available to destroy the Great Spirit, and is therefore our most reliable option.
What are our other options?
There is little reason to consider alternative courses of action when the most optimal among them is so clear.
You don't get it. I promised Shion that she wouldn't die, that we'd save the world without needing to sacrifice her. We didn't fight this whole time just to give up on her at the very end. If there's any other way to take out the Great Spirit, I want to hear it.
This plan shall lead to the fewest losses in preserving your world. Abandoning it is irrational. It is vital that you proceed with this plan. A part of Rena's great astral spirit already resides within her. 300 years ago, the Great Spirit descended upon Lenegis in an attempt to assume direct control of the spirit channeling ceremony. We have reason to believe the Great Spirit left part of itself behind, and that it now resides in the Maiden.
Which would make Alphen's earlier hypothesis correct.
That part inside the Maiden belongs to the core, and can be used by the great astral spirit to revive itself. So long as it remains, it will be all but impossible to fully eradicate the Great Spirit. That is why it is necessary for it to be vanquished only once it is whole. Without the Maiden's direct control over the Great Spirit, attacking it is futile, and will only serve to strengthen it.
No.
Wait. Naori said that the Renis Alma can suppress the self-realization of astral energy, and that the thorns could be neutralized by placing them in it. If so, can't the same also be done to the Great Spirit, seeing as the thorns are simply part of it?
Well, can it?
It is true that the Renis Alma is capable of what you suggest, and could contain the great astral spirit.
Yes!
However, doing so requires fine control on the level of the spirit channeling ceremony. Considering that the Renis Alma was previously lost when that ceremony failed, I cannot allow it. Its uncertainty is simply too great.
What does that mean for us if you won't allow it?
Your starship will not be restored, and you will all be unable to leave here.
Why you?
Fine then. I'd rather stay here and rot than do it your way.
Alphen?
Whatever we do, if we mess up, Dana's screwed. The Great Spirit will destroy it. If you're fine letting that happen, and we have nothing to gain either way, then I'd rather do nothing. We want to stop Dana from getting destroyed. We want to save it. But not if it means having to sacrifice one of us in the process. If all you're gonna do is sit back and watch us where it's safe, then quit ordering us around and shut up!
Alphen.
What you say is irrational. Be that as it may, I shall accede to your demand.
You'll agree?
I am an observer. The Sovereign, Maiden, and Renis Alma are my species' greatest achievement. I wish to see how well they work against the Great Spirit in light of our demise by its hands.
But what are we supposed to do about the Renis Alma? One of your buddies ran off with it back on Lenegis.
It is likely that the Renis Alma is with the Great Spirit, functioning as a catalyst for it to receive Dana's astral energy.
So our only option to retrieve it is to head straight for the Great Spirit and take it back?
According to my observations, the astral energy is most densely concentrated in the center of Rena, where the Great Spirit's core is located.
So right in the middle of that giant flower, then.
I have one more question. You've said that Rena's great astral spirit is already integrated with the planet. What will happen to Rena once it vanishes?
Without the will of the Great Spirit, Rena is predicted to collapse. Even in such a scenario, the energy will disperse, and the Great Spirit will likely not reform.
So you're saying that even if we manage to beat the Great Spirit without destroying it, we'll still be in danger?
Likely, the collapse will occur in stages. It is recommended that you all escape before the final stage.
Man, I wish that thing would tell it to us straight for once.
Hevrek 35 and the others have gotten used to hypothesizing from afar is all. Fix our starship. We're going to Rena.
Excellent.
But I want to make one thing clear. We're doing this for ourselves, to protect what matters to us. We're not doing it for your sake, or because you told us to. Remember that.
It matters little to me. The end result shall be the same. Repair work on your starship has commenced. You'll have to wait until it's finished.
Man, is it too much to ask for Hevrek 35 to talk like a normal person? I swear I can feel my brain starting to fry after listening to all that complicated stuff.
Don't worry. I think we're mostly done with him. Now all we have to do is rest up and wait. Once the Fall Knights is good to go again, we'll be taking off for Rena right away. Is the Renis Alma really our only hope against the Great Spirit? There has to be another way, right?
Shion's Fire Master Core was able to suppress astral energy to prevent it from gaining sentience, right? Couldn't we make use of that somehow?
I'm not sure. In small doses, maybe. But with the amount of energy we're talking about here.
Back in Calaglia, the blazing sword was able to take in a whole spirit vessel's worth of energy. If it has the capacity to manage that, it can do this, right?
Except after it absorbed the energy, it ended up releasing it all moments later, remember? Let's not forget, it nearly killed you. Besides, this is the Great Spirit we're talking about, not a paltry vessel. Even if I could use the Master Core, your body wouldn't be able to take the strain of channeling that much energy.
Hevrect 35 didn't mention it, and it did not seem the type to skimp on details, so assuming it's even possible, the chances are slim to none.
You're probably right.
You still thinking about what the scientists told us? About where Renans really come from?
I am, but not for myself.
You're worried about the future of the Renan people.
The fact that our people have been the same this whole time will only give the Danans further reason to resent us.
But you still intend to confront this truth head-on, don't you?
Well, I did declare that I would live my life for the living, and not the dead. Even as I dream of retirement, I shall remain dedicated to the cause.
I'm sure you'll do great.
Now that I think about it, I don't believe I've ever heard you criticize or reproach us Renans even once.
I'm no saint. I have skeletons in my closet too. There was definitely a time when I hated Renans for who they were. I hated them just for being Renan. But you changed that, Dohalim. You gave me an opportunity to see them in a different light. Thanks to your reforms, we were able to stand next to Renans not as slaves, but as equals for the first time in our lives. Of course, I'm sure there were some Renans who still hated us on the inside. But we knew that not all of you were like that. There were those of you who were good, and that was a start. When it comes down to it, Renans are just people. They can be good or bad, just like Danans.
That is, in essence, the heart of your approach, isn't it? That we're all people.
Yeah, it is. When you can pull someone aside and talk to them one-on-one, then you have the chance to come to an understanding. But as soon as you stereotype, that chance goes away, and you stop thinking of them as people that you can relate to.
I understand what you're saying, but we're talking about massive numbers of Renans and Danans alike. Realistically speaking, surely they won't all be able to get along.
Even if we end up butting heads with one person, maybe we'll find better luck among their friends. If we can build a society that works like that, that'll be something worth nurturing and protecting.
So you wish for people to form real bonds and do away with the hierarchy outright? To deal with one another as humans, and nothing more. That's the ideal future you hope to see when this is all over?
Yes, I do. I think it would make for a fine tribute to my brother's legacy. Though, that said, I would be doing it for the people of the future first and foremost. Do you still plan to return to Lenegis when this is over?
Indeed I do. I don't know whether I'll be able to reside in Lenegis proper, however. My first order of business may be to find somewhere to live.
You'll always have a home in Menancia, you know.
As I shall ever keep in mind.
Well, if you ever need a helping hand, don't hesitate to come get me. I'll always be there for you, Doe.
Did you just... Never mind. Thank you, Kisara. I appreciate your patience as I work all this out.
Don't even mention it. And really, when you think about it, now that we know the two of us aren't so different after all, don't you think that brings down a barrier that used to be between us?
You know, I hadn't actually thought of it that way before. But I do like the sound of it.
Yeah, I think I do too.
Hey, why'd you call me here? Was there something you wanted to talk about?
Well, if everything we've heard about the Great Spirit is true, then we're getting close to our final battle. So I wanted to apologize while I can.
Apologize? For what?
I was being real stupid before, about whether Dana's will had been controlling us and all that. I get why you're angry now. Anybody would be if something they trusted was being questioned. So, I'm sorry, Rinwell. Really. I should have kept my mouth shut.
No, Law. Honestly, I think you might have been onto something. Of course you were worried. Who wouldn't be if they found out there might be some invisible force pulling our strings this whole time?
But you really trust Dana's will, don't you? Is it because you can sense it a lot more than the rest of us? Because you can understand it?
Yeah, I think that might be part of it. But I think I also want to believe it's good.
Believe?
Remember how I used to really resent coming from a family of mages?
Yeah, of course. Because you were always on the run and had to live in hiding.
When we rescued Zephyr and I finally decided to come along with you all, something changed inside me. It was the first time I felt like my powers had any meaning, even if that meaning was only helping you guys fight. Then, when I felt Dana's will, I was overwhelmed by how vast and warm it was. It made me want to believe my powers were made to connect with it. It made me believe I had a bigger purpose.
So that's why you hope it doesn't turn out to be bad. You almost need it to be kind.
Yeah.
Well, all right. Then I promise I'll lay off bad-mouthing it.
You will?
There's no way for me to know for sure one way or the other, right? But you trust it, Rinwell, and that's enough for me. So I'll trust it because you do.
Remember what I said about neither planet's great spirit reaching us here?
Yeah?
That's not quite true. I can feel just a little bit of Rena's inside you and everyone else.
You... what?
I sensed it when we first got here. It's a really small amount, so it doesn't feel like it has a will of its own. But I think that's how Dana's energy probably is too.
So you're saying there's a little bit of Dana's will inside each of us? In a way, doesn't that mean we're all Dana's will?
What?
Well, like you said, unless Dana's energy comes together, it has no will. So if we all have a little bit of Dana's astral energy inside us...
Yeah, maybe...
Everett 35 might know the answer. But, you know what? I don't need to ask it. My will is my own. I fight for who I want to fight for. That's who I am now. Who I've become. So thanks, Rinwell, for sharing that with me.
Ah.
To be honest, the only reason I was suspicious of Dana's will, well, I mean, it mostly was... I feel like you and I had grown apart lately, and I was worried it was because...
Huh?
Never mind. Nothing. Just forget about it.
Huh? No, what were you saying?
Saying? I don't remember
Come
saying
on.
anything.
Now you won't tell me what you were thinking?
No, that's not what I'm saying.
Then spit it out already.
Are you sure you don't want to get some rest?
I can't. I've got too much on my mind. Especially knowing how close our last battle is. How are you doing, Xion?
Same as you, still trying to absorb everything.
Remember when it was so simple? We were only fighting all the lords on Dana? All of that feels like a lifetime ago, doesn't it?
Ages and ages ago. Everything that's happened since we first met. So many fights, so much chaos, so many wonderful people.
If I hadn't run into you that day, well, I wouldn't have met all of you. I never would have held the blazing sword or looked for something more. I wouldn't have my memories back. I'd still be a faceless slave, like as not long dead.
Hey, Alphen. I want you to promise me something.
Yeah?
If we can't find the Renis Alma, there's something I want you to do. Like Hevrect 35 said, the only way we can end the Great Spirit for good is to go after both the main body in Rena and the thorns in me. I need you to promise me, Alphen, that if for some reason we can't get the Renis Alma back, you'll use the blazing sword to destroy the Great Spirit, and me along with it.
Huh?
It's true the blazing sword may not have the strength of the Renis Alma. But it's taken us this far. It's slain lords and beasts. At the very least, it has to be worth a try.
You can't be serious. Have you forgotten everything
Listen,
that we've...
the Great Spirit isn't just our problem. It's a threat to our entire world. Renans and Danans alike. We don't know what's going to happen when we face it, but we need to be prepared for anything. We can't second-guess ourselves when the time comes. I promise you, I'm not planning on going anywhere. I'm prepared to fight with absolutely everything I've got. But if it comes down to it, I need you to be prepared too.
Okay. But you should know that I'm not going to give up on you, Xion. I'm going to fight this until the very end. I hope you can forgive me for that.
Alphen. Okay, I understand. And I'll forgive you.
Thank you, Xion.
So it's a promise then?
Yeah, it's a promise.
I remember how I felt the first time you touched me. My thorns made any contact a mistake no one would ever make twice. After they'd seen what could happen, fear would always linger behind their eyes. In my entire life, I never had someone willingly reach out to me. But when you reached out to me and gently took my hand, you didn't react at all. It was so easy for you. I don't have words for the shock I felt in that moment.
That's because I couldn't feel pain back then.
Even once you could, though, you still chose to keep reaching out to me. And when you did, I felt this warmth that I had never known before. But still, I hate having to see you suffer through it every time you do.
You won't have to worry about that for much longer.
You think so?
I do, because Shion,
No. You can tell me once my thorns are gone. Okay?
Yeah. Okay. Everybody get enough rest? We ready for this?
Yeah, we should probably get moving.
Agreed. Can't stand around waiting all day.
Our task is relatively straightforward. We need only descend down to Rena, defeat the Great Spirit, and restore stability to both worlds.
We're fighting for a new future for both Dana and Rena.
Right. We've come this far. We will save our worlds. That's a promise.
Then let's go, everybody. We've got one last wall to tear down.
Repairs on your starship are complete. Everything is in working order.
Is that you, Hevrek 35? You can see us from where you are?
I can. I can see anywhere within the bounds of Dake Faisal.
Sounds like someone's a peeping Tom.
Maybe we should give Hevrek 35 a break. It has been stuck in this tiny facility for a very, very long time.
I have unlocked all functions on your starship. You can now make use of its warp drive.
Warp drive? Wait, you mean like what the Red Women used on us? What brought us here?
It's possible that the Red Women may have found a way to activate it on the starship. They are Helganquil, after all.
Using the warp drive, you should be able to breach Rena's atmosphere without being detected.
Wait, should?
You'll need to be careful. Due to the force field surrounding Rena, the ship will be unable to go any further than the surface of the planet.
So, once we reach the shell, it appears we'll have to infiltrate the core by foot. Understood.
We gotta go all the way down just walking?
Will all the Helganquil go back to normal once we defeat the Great Spirit? I have a strange feeling we're going to have to fight them before this is all over.
The extinction of my people is inevitable at this stage. As such, it would be illogical to risk the success of the mission in a vain attempt to save my kind.
We understand.
Can't that thing lighten up a bit? Everything it says seems to be about what's illogical.
Well, come on, Doe.
Hold up, did you just...
You heard the lady. Get going.
I have one last question.
What?
As Sovereign, your identification number indicates that you are well past your predicted life expectancy. Similarly, the Maiden lacks any identification number, as her function should have been rendered unnecessary. Despite this, the two of you continue to exist. Why?
We exist because others have entrusted this to us. Over the years, many people have come together and sworn to see this through to the end.
You mean it is because of multiple chance interactions? The likelihood of such events is statistically improbable. Why have you two continued to persist under these conditions?
It's hard to explain. To be honest, I don't think it's something an observer could understand. All right, time to get back on the Fall Knights.
It would appear that our Helganquil host really has fulfilled its end of the bargain.
You know what that means. Time to go to Rena.
I guess this means we should give that warp drive a spin.
There's nothing here. This weird ocean we're surrounded by just stretches out everywhere. Is this really where the Helganquil come from?
I don't sense even a trace of astral energy. This world is dead.
Then this must be the hollowing.
You mean to tell me this whole world, the entire ocean is that stuff?
And it's covering everything. The entire planet.
This is what the Great Spirit does. After it depleted this planet of every last speck of astral energy, it went after Dana.
So arresting. This world of doom.
Back in its day, Rena was probably just as vibrant as Dana is. But after being robbed of its astral energy for so long, those days are gone and past. This is all that will remain.
So the Great Spirit took everything. It stole energy not just from living beings, but the land, the sea, everything.
And it bound the Helganquil in servitude, until their whole world was nothing but this. And by the looks of it, that's how it remains to this day. A world of death and emptiness.
With nothing left here to consume, the Great Spirit turned its sights on Dana, looking for another host.
You're saying if we don't stop it, this is what Dana's going to look like?
We can be sure that even these few remaining remnants of Renan life will not be spared in the end.
If the oblivion and darkness both Shion and Naori saw comes to pass, nothing will survive. It looks like we can climb down from there. Let's take a look.
So this is Rena. This is where everything began. Yet it's a dead world?
I won't let Dana suffer the same fate, ever.
A hollowed ocean as far as the eye can see. What do you think would happen if we fell in?
What do you mean, what would happen? You'd drown, wouldn't you?
Come to think of it, I don't believe I've heard of someone ever trying. Perhaps you'd like the glory of being the first?
Nah, I'll pass.
This is essentially a world-sized Renan graveyard. Are you proposing to disturb the dead slumber just to satisfy your curiosity, Law?
No, because I said I passed.
Taking an interest is understandable, but let's not forget where we are. This place deserves our respect.
Looks like we're not going to be hearing the end of this one for a while.
You'd think I was already snorkeling in it or something. So the idea is to seal the Great Spirit inside the Renis Alma using the Sovereign and Maiden's power. But just how do we do that exactly?
I'm guessing it won't be as easy as holding a spirit channeling ceremony at our leisure.
I already had wielded astral energy once 3 centuries ago. As for suppressing her thorns, Shion's had a lifetime's experience. The problem isn't just our enemy's strength. It's that it's sentient, too. And you can bet anything you like it's not going to just sit back and let us destroy it.
In other words, we need to find some way to weaken it in advance. The Great Spirit, that is.
Back when Shion's thorns flew out of control, we were able to deal with them directly. If this is their host, they should be even more corporeal here.
If that's the case, it should make them easier to attack at least. And if we can manage to divert enough energy away from the spirit's core, even temporarily,
we might just be able to weaken it enough to steal the Renis Alma, which we can then use to seal it away forever. It won't be easy, but it's our only shot. Time to buckle up. Question for you. Let's say, knock on wood, everything turns out for the best.
What'll the world be like? Is that what you're asking?
Yeah, I mean, at the end of this, do you really think everything will be that different?
A lot will have to change, that's for sure. The world will have to adjust to so much. My only worry is if those changes turn out to be merely skin deep.
what do you mean?
It's well and good putting an end to Renin rule. But if it just turns the tables, it's all for naught.
That's true. Just as bad if the Danans started pressing their own.
Renins, Danans, astral art users, mages. The world is full of labels used to divide and separate people.
If only we could see differences like that for what they are. No different to someone having a musical talent or being good with their hands. Not differences so much as characteristics.
It will take someone in power to set an example. But with time, people will follow. And then, perhaps one day...
There will no longer be any need for the example. It will have become second nature.
That's where we come in. We can set the example. Imagine it. A world where magic and astral arts are used to help people. Where that's the norm rather than the exception.
Yeah, you're right, Rinwell. Why wait for somebody else? We can show them ourselves.
Looks like we've warped into that pit of astral energy.
I wonder what Helganquil civilization was like at its zenith.
I can imagine that'd be something you'd take an interest in.
There's no question it must have been advanced, like none either world has ever seen. We could surely stand to learn a thing or two from such a people.
I get that you're itching to delve into its history, but we've got bigger fish to fry right now.
Put a pin in it, and you can do all the research you want when you retire.
I can think of worse things than a retirement dedicated to research. As for whether Rena is amenable to an aging specimen...
It's a little early to be giving it serious thought just yet.
A man can dream, though. A man can dream.
Oh, we didn't say there's anything wrong with dreaming.
In your case, Dohalim, dreams have a habit of spiraling into something else.
You'll need to stay with us for now, though. You're too helpful to let retire.
Why do I feel this is less of a compliment and more of an ultimatum?
Just a friendly suggestion.
Hey! Hey, I just realized something!
Is this about dinner last night? I didn't realize those ingredients were off.
What? No! I mean, wait, you fed us rotten food?
Rinwell, the point.
Oh, yeah, right. So I was thinking about those armored soldiers we've seen. There are regular Renans inside them, right?
Yeah, they're designed to make whoever's wearing them stronger. At least, I think that's the idea.
Right. So it kind of begs the question then, why are they made so huge?
I don't know, makes them more intimidating, I guess? Or maybe all that tech wizardry inside takes up a lot of space.
You don't think it's weird how the armored soldiers are the exact same height as the Helganquil?
Can't say I'd ever noticed it till now. And?
Connect the dots, Law!
Okay, let me get this straight. You think the armored suits might have originally been designed to allow Renans to work alongside the Helganquil?
Huh. But if that's true, what would that mean?
It would mean... just that, I guess. But still, don't you think it's kind of interesting?
Not hugely. Hey, Kisara, well, I've got you. What's on tonight's menu? Because I was thinking maybe meat.
Get him, Hootle.
What did I do?
Oh, now you want to listen. Keep pecking, Hootle.
Ow, ow, ow! Seriously, what the hell? You know, guys, when you think about it, we've taken out a lot of Zeugles. Like, a whole lot.
You can say that again. If one thing's for certain in this world, it's that wherever we go, we'll always end up bumping into them.
Isn't it weird that they're still so plentiful? You don't think the Renans have, like, a ranch where they breed them, do you?
Certainly in all of my years, I've never heard of them constructing such a massive facility on Dana, let alone up in Lenegis.
The only thing I can think of, then, is that the feral ones must be reproducing on their own.
There's also no organized effort on our part to hunt them down, so it's difficult to fully exterminate them.
Exterminate them? Whoa, don't you think that's maybe a little harsh?
What do you mean?
Zeugles originally used to be living creatures native to Dana and Rena, right? Being genetically modified isn't their fault.
You're right. Zeugles were only created because of us Renans. We altered the original creatures to suit our own ends.
First, people made Zeugles, and then we let them go. And now we're trying to kill them because they're a threat. They really have only seen the very worst, huh?
I hope we find a way to be able to live side by side with them one day.
It's a nice thought, but they attack towns and cities. What else are we supposed to do?
Aside from the strays that have gone wild, it's worth remembering that Renans are able to keep them somewhat under control.
If we had distinct territories that didn't overlap, that might reduce the danger they pose.
Well, I guess when you look at it that way, maybe people and Zeugles aren't so different after all.
Helganquil!
Guess they don't need their Red Woman disguises anymore.
Wait, can you understand us?
It's no use. We're not going to get through to them.
So they really are being controlled. In that case, we've got no choice.
I knew there was something off here!
They're not pulling punches. We have no choice but to beat them at their own game.
Now you see what I can do!
There! Vacuum blade!
Captivity!
Annihilation! Mega Ray! Folks, hold on to your art.
Eternal
Here I come!
devastation!
Take
Crush!
and again! Holy Land!
Eternal devastation! Remove!
Astral energy!
Say no more!
Shut!
Well done! Freezing storm! Not in your dreams!
Elusive deity!
Ice tornado! Thunder hail!
Victory is within reach.
Don't get caught in the blast, and we can do this!
Impressive fervor, little one.
Clear now! I'll be saving Blazer!
Plasma shock!
Radiant Handle it! Here's a healing arc!
Roundup!
First aid! Element render!
Plasma
Freezing
shock!
storm!
Not today!
Shattering pieces!
Do it! Look sharp! Lightning Tiger Blade!
Alphen.
I can't forgive them for what they've done, but I hate killing them. They don't even know why they're fighting. How does that even make them any different from the Danon slaves?
Perhaps. However, if we don't make a choice, the guilt of not doing anything will be that much worse.
Yeah, I know. I hate for it to be like this. But if it happens again, you won't find me hesitating to act.
I wonder if we're going to get attacked again.
If we lose heart now, this whole mission is over. We have to stay the course.
I thought there'd be more dirt and rocks and stuff underneath the hollowed ocean, but it's all artificial.
I would imagine they're remnants left behind by the Helganquil, seeing as there's little actual land remaining.
It's incredible. Do you think it stretches all the way down to the center of the planet?
Hey, these guys built Lenegis, remember? They probably did this in a weekend.
If they had the power to create things like this, did they really only use those immense capabilities to serve the Great Spirit? Or rather, was that the only use the Great Spirit let them use their capabilities for? We haven't seen anyone here except Helganquil. Looks like this place really is their home planet.
The true citizens of Rena. What a shame that they have become nothing more than puppets to the Great Spirit. To think of the promise their accomplishments once held. They had the potential to be great indeed.
Do you think we could have got along with them? You know, if we had met under different circumstances. Like
all of us, you mean? I suppose it's difficult to say for sure. We don't even know if they would see us as being on an equal level with them or not.
I think we may have had the chance once, before the Renan Great Spirit came along and changed everything.
You and Alphen both share an optimism. A strong willingness to believe in hope.
Do you think that's foolish?
On the contrary, I should like to take a leaf from your book myself. In tragedy's aftermath, hope is all we have.
Just look at the size of that thing. The Helganquil's technology certainly is impressive. And they don't seem to do things by halves either. In the past 300 years. Oh, even before that. Just how many people, Renan or Danon, do you think have ever seen this?
Regarding the past 3 centuries at least, I'd say there's a good chance that we're the first. Also, while I get that it's impressive and all, I'm just amazed you're still standing around gawping at it at a time like this. Sometimes I wonder about your priorities.
I can understand where he's coming from. More to the point, does anyone know where it leads?
What do you mean where it leads? To the center of the planet, of course.
And that doesn't strike you as sounding just a little bit, oh, I don't know, far? There has to be a quicker way to get there, right?
Yeah. With all this technology at their fingertips, it seems pretty unlikely that they'd make that kind of journey on foot. There must be some kind of device somewhere. Let's see if we can figure out how to use it.
Borrow one of their contraptions? You're either brave or out of your mind.
If it works for them, there's no reason it wouldn't for us. Why make things harder for ourselves?
You know what he's like, Law. Once he gets an idea in his head, there's no talking him out of it.
This one will be difficult to predict.
This one's mine!
In a bind?
Your reflexes will not serve you well here.
Okay, here I go.
Tempting.
Megasonic, come and face me.
Thunder Peel! Flame of Fury! Lightning Condemn!
Smash you!
Thunder Blade! Illuminated Shield!
Prepare to be seized on the way of foot. Actually, that sounds more appropriate.
Less talking, more doing.
Burn! Can't get out of this! I'm ready!
now.
Commander of Heaven! Phoenix Cyclone! Snake of the Abyssal Deep!
Don't mind if I do.
Dragon Form! Soaring Light Sphere!
Do it! I feel stronger. I mean, a bit.
Good. We're counting on you, Rinwell.
On me? Well, I'll do my best. I wonder how the Renans avoided being mind-controlled like the Helganquil. Do you think it might have something to do with the fact that they were originally Danans?
I'd say it's likely. Which is pretty ironic when you think about it.
Ironic?
The Renans have committed grave injustices against the Danans. But it was all of their own volition, not because they were being controlled. Now, it turns out they themselves were once Danans too.
Which must mean that the root of their evil isn't the Great Spirit, but something inherent in all of us. Our free will.
Now hang on, though. It was that same free will that allowed Xion and Dohalim to choose to fight alongside us. Without it, we wouldn't have been able to beat hatred and forge all those connections we've made. Free will is what saved us, right?
Law's entirely right. In any case, it certainly can't hurt to look on the bright side every now and then.
Yeah. Where there's hope, there's a way.
What'd he say?
He said, without a doubt.
Is this a dead end?
It appears this whole room functions as an elevator. That apparatus there is likely what's used to control it.
What the? Where did they come from?
Less worry, more action. Concentrate.
That buzzing is driving me mad! Dragon Form!
Not much longer to reinforce. Sounds like a job for yours truly.
Attack time! Let the marksman handle negative gate! Pierce!
Radiant
Mega Sonic Thrust!
Radiant Charge! There!
Mega
You got
Sonic
it!
Thrust!
Fake with
You're mine!
Where are you going?
Instant Deity! Eagle Ray!
Where are you going?
Snake of the Abyssal
Fake with darkness! Now! Astral Energy!
Say no more!
Got
Well done!
It's time! Dragon Form! Bestow thy mystic mercy! Here I come! In a bind!
Arch Shield!
Dragon Form!
Illuminate the
Resonate with the earth!
Healing Circle! Holy Land!
Crush!
Why'd you heal me?
To stop you dying?
Right.
They smite
I
with
never
blackened
miss!
blade.
Holy Land!
Don't mind if I do.
I'm on a roll! Here's evil! You fight better at a distance. The further away, the better. You and I both.
Burn it!
Now! Instant! This ends now!
Consider yourself finished!
There you go, Alphen!
It's time more sequels?
Keep calm and take them down!
A scream
This
bathed
one's
in blood.
Plasma Shock! Ready! Carve through armor! Tear! Hurricane Tear! Hurricane Thrust! Tear! Hurricane Thrust! Kisara! Commander of Heaven!
Phoenix Cyclone!
Dance in the wind!
If it's in the sky,
Resonate
it's
with the
mine!
earth!
I'm ready!
Stalagmite! On your Dragon Swarm!
That'll bring you down!
Far enough! Air pressure! Resonate with the earth! Dragon Stalagmite!
Damn it!
Now,
It's time! Elusive Fury!
Annihilation!
Pierce! Negative gate! Dragon Form!
I'm all stuffed up!
In a bind?
Mega Ray! My
I don't feel like my usual self.
Are you alright? Let me handle this one.
So sorry to disappoint you.
Shattering pieces! Attack time! Begin!
Now! This ends now!
Consider yourself finished!
Vanquish darkness! This one's mine!
Negative gate! Reflect on thy sins. They smite with black blade! Dragon form! Execution! Here I come!
Nothing gets by me!
I'll face you more!
Out of ammo! Annihilation! Whirling storm in the sky
Eternal
is mine!
devastation!
There!
We did it!
As imperative as always. No, I mean you're even better than ever.
I've never seen Sion actually look flustered.
Healing arts to accomplish this.
Gusty nail!
Dragon form! More?
Death shall not be forgotten.
Start out! Eagle ray!
A freezing storm! Sleep now.
Don't mind if I do.
Catapult! Tempest! Catapult! Crush! Megasonic thrust! Pierce! Megasonic thrust! Doubling! In an instant! Impact block! We work well together.
Like a finely timed waltz.
This one's mine!
Elusive deity! Rotating Dragon form!
Glacial spear! Pierce evil!
In
Here!
Can't get out of this! Armor won't save you! Raging Luna Storm!
Do it!
Nothing gets by me!
Astral energy! Full throttle!
I still got a ways to go!
Even in such a harsh environment as this, there are still creatures here?
You think they're native to Rena? Or could they be Zoogles somehow?
Whatever they are, they're dangerous. Watch yourselves. Around them. You think that pit stretches all the way to Rena's core?
If that's true, then if we go down, we should find the Great Spirit at the bottom.
We could get there even faster if we simply jump down instead.
You sound alarmingly serious when you say that.
Brace yourselves! This one's tough!
Spirits within. Stay calm. I shall provide assistance.
Here goes! Dance in the wind!
Thrust! It's over!
Insects should stay on the ground.
Soaring blast!
Dance in the wind!
Dragon!
Tornado! In here!
We got flyers!
I've got this. Let a marksman handle it.
Here I come! All yours! It's over!
Sleep now.
None shall escape
Vacuum
my
blade!
judgment. Shining supernova!
Vacuum blade!
It's showtime!
There! Vacuum blade!
Air thrust! Not on my watch!
Take this! No escape! Look sharp! Lightning Tiger Blade!
There! I'm ready!
Dragon form!
Raging cascade! Freezing storm!
I'm ready!
Dohalim! This one's got your name on it!
Ash to ash. A merry distraction.
There's still more to go.
I can handle it!
Dragon form!
Cyan instant!
I'm ready!
Law, get toasty!
Burn strike!
Searing flame! Lightning
Elusive
attack!
deity!
Thunder blade! Illuminate the dark! Mega ray!
Do it!
Holy glimmer!
This one's got your name on it!
Ashes to ashes. So I still had room to grow.
Go no further!
Can't get out of this!
In here!
Burn it!
Raging Luna Storm.
Reload!
Dragon
Let
form!
the marksman
These
handle
ones
it!
can run rings around us!
Now, get toasty!
Burn strike!
Annihilate! Supernova!
Leave the ensnaring to me.
You all yeah! And pummeling to me! This one's all mine! Murderongo! Rising Phoenix!
Pierce evil!
Orochi's Fury!
Freeze Divine Strength!
I can carve through armor!
Searing Flame!
Dragon Swarm!
Oh, violent darting wind! Hear my call now through blood! Arch Seal! Don't mind if I do!
Dragon Swarm!
You fight better at a distance. The further away, the better. You and I both.
No further! Dragon Swarm!
Holy Land!
Devastation! Tear!
A freezing storm!
Elusive Dust!
Raging Cascade!
Cheating Wildfire! Soaring Right Spear!
Do it! In the wind! Air thrust!
Look sharp! Lightning Tiger Blade!
Wow! Look what I just found.
An opponent like this should be easy. Spirits within the soil. Awaken and wreak havoc! Now or never.
Sleep now.
In a bind. Time to cross blade. Here. Megasonic thrust. Now you see what I can do.
This one's mine. Permanent render.
Nothing
gets by me. By the power of water. Annihilation.
This one keeps charging us.
That's what my shield's for. Get behind me.
Got it. I'll leave it to you. Devastation.
Gale Force.
Elusive Deity.
Fury. Not in your dreams.
Everlasting Dust.
Pierce evil. One raging laser.
Far enough.
Dragon Swarm. Pierce evil.
Dragon Swarm. Burn it hell. Dragon Swarm.
Raging Cascade.
Carve through armor. Lunarongo.
Reflect
on thy sin. Devastation. Smite with blackened blade. Dragon Swarm. Bloody howling.
Raging Storm.
Coming through. Ha! Now. Scarlet Inferno. Dragon Swarm. Demon Blast.
By the power of water.
Lunarongo. Rising Phoenix. Orochi's Fury.
Another incantation ruined.
Plasma Shock. I owe you one.
Pierce evil. That'll bring you down. Lightning raging Cascade.
Awaken and wreak havoc.
Spread. Now.
Look sharp. Lightning Tiger Blade.
That was a little close for comfort.
These structures don't look like anything built by the Renans, or even what we saw in the Forbidden Zone.
Perhaps this is the true architectural style of the Helganquil. Or perhaps the opposite, given their situation.
You mean like how some places favor building stuff with stone, while others rely on wood?
That's an interesting way of looking at it. I'll have to inquire with Hevrecht 35 about it sometime.
This one's tough, but we have no choice.
Take
Let me
this.
know if you need healing.
Not on my watch. Elusive Deity. Rotating Fire.
These things really get on my nerves.
Begin.
Flying free.
I shall ensure you survive this.
Sion, can you take care of them?
No sooner said than done.
Dragon Swarm.
Masterful
Masterful dash. Rending you a bloody too fast! Stand back. I'll trip it up. Reflection I see. They smite with blackened blade.
Here! Shield! Radiant here! There with the other.
Nothing gets by me. Negative change.
Holy Lance! This one's mine!
Dragon form! Elusive deity!
Illuminate the dark!
Here I go! Explosive ring! In a bind?
Freeze Lancer!
Now you see what I can do!
Here goes! Freezing storm! Magic is like tornado!
Elusive deity! I'm ready!
This ends now!
Consider yourself finished.
There you go, Elfin!
It's time to end this battle.
I'm right beside you! Not on my watch!
Take this!
Now!
I still got a ways to go.
This one will be difficult to predict.
I'll face you!
Dragon form!
Elusive deity! Rotating cloud type!
Soaring light spear! Lunar Rondo!
Illuminate the
Demon Land!
No one else! Holy Land!
Vacuum
I'll
blade!
face you! I'll smash you!
Dragon swarm!
Shining
Elusive
Supernova!
deity!
Dance in the wind!
Be careful not to overdo it.
I'm sorry. I'll do better.
Can't get out of this!
None can escape my do it! Banana, let's go!
Look sharp!
Lightning Tiger Blade! Step back! This one's all law!
Those thorns.
I'm not letting them get in our way!
And thus our strength yet grows. Discourteous, aren't you?
You're finished! Dragon form!
Nobody gets by me! Resonate with the
It can hide itself? Amazing! Dragon form!
Lightning!
You picked the wrong fight! Dragon form!
Far enough! Lightning! Here's an illuminate the dawn! Annihilation!
Take this!
Mega Ray!
Lunar Rondo!
By the power of water! Lightning!
in the soil!
Down!
The natural defenses are fading.
I'm a sitting duck!
Retreat from this battle.
Retreat? I would never! Watch and I'm ready! Fade with shadow! That'll bring you down!
No dawn shall break the water!
Try this!
Elusive deity!
Explosive ring!
Soaring blast! Take this!
Will this help?
No further!
Arrow squall!
Try harder!
Healing circle!
Oroshi's fury!
Elusive deity! Hitting clean!
I'll stop its charge! Thanks, Kisara!
Ready and rare!
Maybe show Kisara a little kindness, huh?
She is strong. She can handle it.
You can be really dense, Gohan.
I'll burn it all!
Flaming pillar! Fire!
A new lease on life.
Eat this! Elusive deity!
Don't mind if I do.
Dragon Swarm!
Pile driver. Here goes. Do it.
Oh! Look sharp! Lightning Tiger Blade!
It was a close thing.
I can carve through armor! Bloody howling! Resonate with the earth!
Where are you going?
Bathed in blood!
I'm going to need to use all the
Pesky airborne scoundrel!
Sounds like a job for yours truly.
I've used too much.
Now this one's all mine! Devastation!
Can't get out of this!
Cyan, it's weapons weak. Here's a
Here I come! I'm not done! I'm ready!
Astral energy!
Say no more! Got it!
Well done!
Begin! Elusive deity! Damn it! Too fast!
Stand back. I'll trip it up.
Get in the wind! Air thrust! Not much longer to go.
Come on! One final push!
Let's do this together, Alpha. Terminating a ranger!
Air pressure! Shattering the pieces! Attack time!
Yours are not the skills of just any warrior.
Save your compliments. We have to move. Astral energy! Full throttle! That worked like a dream. I pity anyone who stands in our way.
This one's tough, but we have no choice.
Let me know if you need
I've been
healing.
hit with something.
So even a masochist has his limits.
Not feeling so great.
In a bind?
Not even fair! Hear my call!
Not today!
On the wind. Glacial don't mind if I do. Here's the evil.
Dragon Swarm! Try this!
I'll begin. Carry it in
On the wind!
Amazing. Gusty nail!
I've used too much.
Swarm! Megasonic Thrust! Megasonic Thrust! Elusive deity! Begin! Tornado Drive! Elusive...
Annihilation! Mega Ray! Annihilation!
Dragon Swarm!
Lightning Orb!
Seismic Rupture!
In the wind!
Take
Here!
Now you see what I can do.
Anywhere with the others.
They take this.
Dragon Swarm!
Healing
The flame inside me yearns to be let free! Elusive deity! Now I can let it fall!
Nothing gets by me! Steel Force!
Megasonic Thrust!
Primed and ready! In here! That'll bring you down!
Blind you with a shot!
Glacial Spear!
Dragon
Here's the
Swarm!
evil!
Blind you with a shot! Luna Longo!
Magic is there!
Devastation!
Air thrust! Water! Here's my call!
Dragon Swarm! Elusive deity!
Glacial Spear! Here's the evil! Lightning condemned!
Raging Lunar Storm!
Thunderblast!
Dragon Swarm!
Illuminate! Magic is there!
Resonate with the earth!
Flame of fury! Burning strike! Water!
Anything in armor is all mine!
Illuminate
See
the
what I can
dark!
do!
Glacial Spear! Here's the evil! Holy Blaze Lancer!
Elusive deity! Hurricane Thrust! It's too much!
Radiant Flame! Here!
Coming through! Ha! Now! Scarlet Inferno!
Lightning Orb!
Dragon
You
Swarm!
require a hand.
None
Can't get
shall
out of
escape
this.
my judgment!
I'm ready! Kisara! Commander of Heaven! Phoenix Cyclone!
I think I'm getting stronger.
choice.
They're surrounding us! Here I come!
Not today! I'll face you. Dragon! Dragon Form!
It's in the sky!
Back to your blade! Clear for us!
Dead to the wind! Feel. This one's mine! Let's get you out of the way!
Reflect on that sin.
None shall escape my
Jasmine Blade!
Thunderbolt Arch Seal! Illuminate the blah blah blah!
Burn! Execution!
Only
Dragon Swarm! Orochi Fury!
Reload!
Orochi Fury!
Flame! Illuminate! Don't mind if I do! Do it!
Totally! In an instant! Impact Block! We work well together.
Like a finely timed waltz.
The flame inside me yearns to be like free!
This work to the fray!
Spirits within the soil.
Awaken and wreak havoc!
Spread!
I've used a bit too much healing. I found some equipment.
Let me take a look at it. Take this! Can't get out of this! Thanks! Not today!
Here, try on instant!
Dragon Form! Crescent Flash!
I think I'll pass on the hand.
Take this!
Here, let me help.
I'll smash you! Dragon Form! Resonate with the earth! Do not! This one keeps charging us!
That's what my shield's for. Take it behind me.
Got it! I'll leave it to you! Rending you a bloody holiday!
That'll bring you down. Light Astrolite Raging Cascades!
Begin!
Illuminate the storm! Light Gemini off on the road! Holy land!
Dragon Form!
Radiant
The flame inside me yearns to be let free! I'll grind you into dust! The hurricane doubles you! Shattering the pieces! Awaken and wreak havoc!
Raging storm! Tunnel! Lunar Periphery!
You!
Lightning
Pitiful
Condemned! Lunar Blade!
You require
Tear! Hurricane stop!
Glacial
Dragon
Spear.
Form!
Here's evil.
No further!
Photon Flash! Raging Thunder! Radiant Flood! Searing Flame!
Hurricane Flood!
Burning Striking Hook! Away!
I have no limits!
I'll heal you all!
Let the
Astral
dust!
Energy! Whoa!
Coming through! Ha! Now! Scarlet Inferno!
benediction light.
Raging Cascade!
Stop! Dragon Swarm!
Where are you going? Tempest Quest!
On your knees.
Will this huddle?
Stop!
Raging Cascade! Healing
Dragon
Storm!
Swarm!
None shall escape my judgment!
Thanks, Shion.
Be careful not to overdo it.
I'm sorry. I'll do better.
Armor won't save you!
I'm expert coming through! Now!
Chill!
This ends now!
Consider yourself finished! That'll teach us for getting cocky.
opponent like this should be easy.
May 1,000 years period of corruption!
Clear for us a path.
Annihilation! Hear me! Flame of
Leave the
fury!
chargers to me. Denied.
Lightning
I'm ready.
raging cascade evil! This ends now!
Consider yourself finished.
There you go, Alphen!
It's time to end this battle.
I'm right beside you!
Dragon Swarm!
Resonate with the earth.
Now!
Kisara, Commander of Heaven.
Phoenix Cyclone.
My exploits are bearing fruit.
Forgive you!
In a bind.
Ignite!
Raging lunar storm.
Careful! It has some kind of camouflage!
Okay.
I can carve through armor. Power surging through me.
Hurricane Swarm! Hurricane
Where are
Swarm!
you going?
Try harder!
Lunar Corruption!
Hurricane Swarm!
Lunar Blast!
Hurricane Swarm! Quit pushing yourself and get behind us!
I'll be right as rain in no time!
Hurricane Swarm!
Another incantation ruined.
Hurricane Swarm!
Your dreams!
10 more of this and I'll burn out!
Pull myself together!
On your Hurricane Swarm! Hurricane Swarm!
It's showtime!
Ready to
Here's the narration!
Take this. Now you see what I can do.
Looking back! Not the shock! Coming through! Ha! Now! Scarlet Inferno!
Hear me! Flame of fury!
Burn in hell! Dragon Swarm!
Here's the evil! Magic is there! Freeze now!
Devastation!
Mega Ray! Eat dirt! Raging Cascade! Where are you going? Spread! I can do this all day! Lunar Corruption!
Is that a healing art? It is. I can't ignore your pain. I'll try to be more careful.
Hear my call! Raging hold on to your strength! Here I come! Now! Astral Energy!
Say no more! That astral energy was incredible!
I gave it everything I had!
The design of this equipment is really interesting.
You must really like it, Alphen.
all mine! Everlasting darkness! Now you see what I can do! Negative shape! You're mine!
This is bad, right?
Yes, Alvin. Very bad.
I don't feel so good.
Eat them!
Recover!
Now I can let loose!
Raging
In a
Storm!
bind! Dragon
Banana,
Form!
let's go! Gemini Aqua!
Here I come to you! They smite with blackened blade! Devastation!
The Solar Blast!
Execution! The flame inside me yearns to be let free!
It's in the sky and fly! I
Dragon
never
Form!
miss! See my potatoes? Thank you! Dance in the wind! Let me show you what my heart can do!
Leave the chargers to me!
Shattering those pieces!
Here's the evil! Far enough! Gemini Aqua! Annihilation!
Dragon
Mega
Form!
Ray! Arctic Gemini Aqua!
Resonate take this!
Raging Radiant Pierce!
In a bind!
Illuminate the
Let me
top
free you of your power!
You picked the wrong fight!
Holy Land!
Dragon Swarm!
I'm going to need to use all the power of my healing arts to accomplish this. Illuminate the dark! Come forth! Holy Glimmer! Holy Land! Lunar
Dragon
Corruption!
Form!
Lunar Blast! Annihilation!
Shattering pieces! Attack time! Dragon Form!
Searing Blast! Into the wheel! Air Thrust! I don't even know the word defeat.
Nothing gets by me!
Captivity!
Benediction Light! Annihilation! Lightning! Downfall! Steel
Dragon
shall
Form!
escape my judgment!
Dance on the wind!
Reload!
Dragon Form!
Try harder! You picked the wrong fight!
I'm ready!
Look sharp!
Lightning Tiger Blade!
How much longer will our healing arts last?
Retreat if you know what's good for you!
Confiscated!
Use too much!
Raging Storm!
As if the normal creepy crawlies aren't disgusting enough.
Clear for us a path! Armor won't save you!
Dance in the wind!
Hurricane Deity! Eagle Ray! Hurricane Thrust!
Lightning!
Tear!
Hear me!
Hurricane Thrust!
Raging
The abyssal
Water!
sea try
Illuminate
harder!
the dark! Come forth forever! Holy
Hurricane
Land!
This one's all mine! Into everlasting
Hurricane
dark! Negative gate! Tear!
By the power of water!
Plasma shock!
Air pressure!
Squall!
Coming through! Ha! Now! Scarlet Inferno!
Here's a healing art! I never miss!
Ready to grind you into dust!
Ignite!
Lightning Orb! Let me help!
Dragon Form!
Aid!
On your knees!
Light Annihilation! Kazam! Thunder Blade! Downfall!
A thrilling performance.
Flame of Fury! Burning
Armor won't save you!
Captivity! Radiant Evil!
Try harder!
Deny!
A charge like that could easily be fatal.
Just as well, I'm here to stop you!
Ardenster, come through!
Catapult!
Not in your dreams! There you go!
You require
Don't let
healing.
up! Raging Cascade!
In a bind!
Spread! Dance in the wind!
Try harder!
Air thrust!
Everlasting
Magic
dark!
and field! Spread!
Devastation!
Do it! Field!
Remote!
Astral energy!
Say no more!
You sure showed them!
All in a day's work.
shot. Any more of this and I'll burn out.
Dragon Swarm! Dance in the wind! Sleep now. Ready to go!
Explosive ring!
Denied!
Rending you
Let the marksman handle this! Why can't they just sit still?
Shield, can you take care of them?
No sooner said than done.
Dragon!
Divine
Dragon
Strength!
Swarm!
Where are you going?
Raging Luna Storm! Dragon Swarm! Slash the shot!
Here! Champion Swirl!
Do
it!
Remote!
Astral Energy!
Say no more! Shot!
Well done!
Rending you apart! Bloody
Here's the evil! Vanquish darkness!
Dragon Swarm!
Divine Streak! Go get it! Take that! Magic Exam! Seal! I'm out of ammo!
Anything in armor is all mine!
Annihilation! Where are you going?
Do
it! Astral Energy!
Say no more!
I'll stop its charge!
Thanks, Kitara!
Can't get out of this!
Dance in the wind!
Now you see what I can do!
Seal!
Far enough!
Mega Ray! Annihilation! Mega Ray!
Elusive Devastation!
Demon Lash!
Raging Cascade!
Eagle Rage!
Sleep now!
I'll face you!
Lord of the Stop Sign! If it's in
Try
the sky,
harder.
it's mine!
Dance on the wind.
Where are you going? What the lightning condemn! Thunder breathing sword! Here goes! Not on my watch! Lightning
No dawn
condemn!
shall break this
Thunder
night!
Spirit Flame! Reload! Radiant here! Don't get in my way! Just with the top door!
Shattering pieces! Attack time!
Sleep now! Get on in there with the others! Freeze Lancer! Annihilation! Mega Ray!
Far enough! In a bind?
Hear me! Flame of Fury! Burning Thunder!
Resonate with the earth!
Do it! Wall!
Kisara! Commander of Heaven!
Phoenix Cyclone!
Remember to tell me if you need healing.
I expect you'll be in high demand if that's the case.
This looks nice and tough.
Lost!
Scream. Burn in hell! Dragon Swarm! No dawn will break the night! Dragon Swarm!
In here!
Dragon Swarm!
Let's get you all tucked away!
Hitting pile driver! Megasonic Elusive
Here's the evil!
I'll smash you!
Freeze Lancer!
On your
Shooting Star! Arc Steel! Don't mind if I do! Hear me!
Devastation!
Nothing can Lightning Orb! Illuminate the dark!
Damn it!
Holy Glimmer! Holy Land! Freeze Lancer! Require complete focus! Here goes!
Take this!
Take that! Lunar Corruption! Illuminate the dark! Magic Exam! Holy Land! A new lease on life!
Negative gate!
Mega Ray! Thunder Shield! Photon Light! Thunder Blade! Illuminate where are you going?
Dragon Swarm!
Take this!
And again!
Mega Ray! Ignite!
Oh, Violet Guardian Wind!
Dragon Swarm!
Through all!
Dragon Swarm!
May 1,000 Freezing gale! Carry the track! Lead the enemy first!
Coming through! Ha! Now! Scarlet Inferno!
Annihilation!
Within the soil, awaken and resave you!
Nothing gets by me! Far enough!
Masterful attack!
Glacial Frontier Art! Here's evil! Here I come! Glory Blazer! Searing Flame! Reload!
Devastation!
A freezing storm! Thunder Field! Tornado! None shall escape my judgment!
The official seat in a bind!
Let the marksman handle this!
Devastation! Raging Lunar Storm!
Do it! Astral Energy!
Say no more!
Wow! Look what I just found.
What do you think this place was for?
What the hell? Are they asleep?
No. They appear to be well preserved. However, they are all dead.
Dead? So this is a mass grave?
Looks that way. However, none of them appear to be Helganquil.
Bear in mind that Renans were originally Danans, who were remade and sent to live on Lenegus. Knowing that, they would have needed a place to perform the procedures somewhere.
And that place is here, I assume.
So what you're saying is that all of these are Danan, or rather, Renan bodies?
Most likely, yes. It must have been abandoned for one reason or another.
There are so many of them. They were all taken away, but never given the chance to wake.
What is that thing?
Something we have to fight if we want to get across, it seems.
Be careful! It's huge!
What is with all the huge lumbering beasts lately?
It's no ordinary zoo. That much is damn sure.
Watch yourselves. All bets are off when it comes to this thing. Dragon Swarm! Not today!
I can handle it!
Elusive deity!
Sleep now!
Eagle Ray!
Let's get you all tucked away!
Devastation!
Head! Glacial Spear! Here's evil!
In the soil.
Free Blazer!
Lock the shot! Take this! Its head is its weak point? We'll need to bring it down somehow to hit it.
In that case, let's start with the one in the middle.
Annihilation! Holy Land!
Dragon Swarm!
Reload! Ready! Downfall! Damn it!
Anything in armor is all mine.
Photon Raging Cascade!
Devastation!
In here! Always Navy!
No further!
Burning Strike!
Hurricane
All
Thrust!
disasters made one! Come to
Hurricane
us!
Thrust!
Security! Here's the evil!
Hurricane Thrust!
Freeze Laser!
Far enough!
Glacial spear, primed and ready.
No dawn shall break this night.
Eat dirt! Demon Lash! Where are you going? Soaring blast! Here's another instant! Ice prison!
Devastation!
Gemini Aqua!
No
It looks like you got
break
this
this
one covered.
night.
Here!
Tear! Hurricane thrust!
Anything in
None
armor is
shall
all
escape
mine!
my judgment!
Spirit
Here
within the
goes!
soil.
Rain!
Awaken and
Hurricane thrust! Illuminate the dark! Magic
Hurricane
is
thrust!
Holy land! None shall
Hurricane
escape
thrust!
my judgment!
Another incantation ruined.
The flame inside me yearns to be let free.
Lightning orb!
Awaken and
Hurricane
thrust! Hurricane thrust!
Prepare
to be seen.
Holy land!
In a bind?
By the power of water!
Denied!
Resonate with the earth.
Do
Hurricane
it!
thrust! Chill!
This ends now!
Consider yourself finished.
Waterman's Ranger call!
Catapult!
Spray!
Hurricane thrust!
Earth squall!
Tear! Hurricane thrust! Tear! Hurricane thrust!
Vanquish darkness!
Anything in
This one's
armor is all
mine.
mine!
Pile driver!
Lunar corruption!
Burn!
Tornado drive!
Divine
Dragon
retreat!
form!
I'll grind you into dust!
Flame
Hurricane
of fury!
thrust!
Light astral
Tear!
energy!
Hurricane thrust! Try harder!
Here's evil!
Stalagmite!
Light
I'll
astral
smash
energy!
you!
Freeze laser!
No dawn shall
Hurricane
such
thrust!
unadulterated
Hurricane
feeling!
thrust! Tear!
Healing circle!
Hurricane thrust!
Wind astral
Tear!
energy! Banana! I owe you, Tion. Healing is what my arts do best. All mine can do is cause havoc and destruction.
Thrust!
Lightning!
Ready to go! Far enough!
Ready! Here, let me help.
Hurricane thrust!
Death on the wind!
Tear! Hurricane thrust!
My sins! They smite with
Hurricane thrust!
I'm out of
no
ammo.
further!
Banana, let's go!
Hurricane thrust!
Resonate with the earth!
Hurricane thrust!
Stalagmite!
Hurricane thrust!
Holy land!
Rending you apart! Bloody howling! Resonate with the earth! Stalagmite!
It's gonna attack!
Right, watch out!
Eat dirt!
Lightning orb!
Dragon form!
That'll bring you down! Raging cascade!
Elusive deity!
Magic is the Lunar thrust!
Hurricane thrust!
Annihilation!
I need
Into the
something.
You need to be healed!
How the
But I'll
mighty
never
fall.
back down!
Thanks! Recover! Straight!
Nothing gets by me!
Devastation!
Benediction light.
Lightning orb! Cover! Dance in the wind! Feel! Here goes!
No arts are being interrupted.
Here's a healing art!
Denied!
First aid!
Everlasting
Dragon form!
negative gate!
Sleep now!
Hurricane
They
thrust!
smite with black
Illuminate the
Hurricane
power
thrust!
of my healing art! Holy land!
Can't get out of this!
One more
I
time!
can carve through armor!
Resurrection!
Soil.
Awaken and wreak havoc!
Hurricane thrust!
I'm almost impressed! I said almost. Don't get carried away. That'll bring you down. Here's another.
Amazing.
In here.
In the soil. Awaken and wreak havoc!
I'm out of ammo. Watch and blah blah blah.
Elusive deity!
Burn in hell!
Eagle ray!
Dragon form!
Lunar blast.
Devastation!
Elusive deity! Begin!
Arrow squall.
Shattering of pieces! Attack time!
Water.
Far enough.
Hear my calls.
Tear!
Lightning now.
Chill!
This ends now.
Consider yourself finished!
The hell was that thing?
Probably something that was made here and somehow managed to survive, even after all this time. Not that there's any way of knowing now.
What's wrong?
Oh, I just suddenly found myself contemplating what might have happened to the sovereigns that were meant to emerge from the crown contests.
What do you mean?
You see, the winners of the past crown contests were all strong astral arts practitioners. Furthermore, that enemy we just fought appeared to be composed of several human bodies. It was certainly nothing one would find in nature.
You're saying those were the remains of the winners? That they forgot who they once were?
I'm merely saying it's a possibility.
That's absolutely gruesome. How long had the Helganquil been at this?
It was Rena's great spirit that made them do all of this. Anything to get its astral energy.
We're not gonna jump down, right?
I certainly hope not.
After hearing Dohalim's suggestion, I'm honestly not sure what to say.
I assure you all, I was merely stating the possibility.
So, looks like the Helganquil have been engineering Zeugles too. Why doesn't that surprise me at this point?
The creatures we've been encountering here have been a little different to what we're used to fighting, but I'm pretty sure they're Zeugles too.
Do you think they were engineered using creatures native to the area?
Indeed. However, based on the current circumstances, I would guess these Zeugles are all that's left of the planet's fauna now.
You mean, there might have been native owl species here once upon a time too?
We're back in that other room? Did the teleporter fail or something?
Something feels off about it.
Look! Everything's upside down!
The furnishings are, at least. No, you're right. The whole room's flipped on its head.
So what was once down is now up, and vice versa. I suppose the teleporter reversed our orientation then.
I guess this is the flip side of that pathway we were walking on just a little while ago.
This is crazy. Who knew such amazing technology existed?
Everything's topsy-turvy and that's all you can think about?
Bear in mind, the core of Rena now sits above us. I pray that we won't encounter many stairs along the way.
An opponent like this should be easy.
You're mine! Dragon Form! Try to resonate with the earth! Explosive
This
ring!
is gonna need all of us to get instant!
Now or never.
Not in your dreams!
Dragon Form!
Exploit the enemy's weakness!
Dance in the wind! Instant! Require complete focus!
Benediction light.
Dance in the wind!
I think I'm coming down with something grave.
A chronic inability to read the runes?
A malady your arts cannot fix.
Hear me! Flame of the burning!
Raging loose! Behold! The Earth's host! Tectonic vision!
It's go time!
Take
No
off your
sword
shield!
will break
See
this
what I
night.
can do!
Radiant pierce!
Eat dirt! Dragon Form! Russia!
Photon Flash! Magic Activity!
A thrilling
Leave the chargers to me! Far enough! Better if you don't get up! Photon Flash! Out of air! Water! Hear my call! Lightning Condense! Here's the flame of fury!
Can't get out of this!
Glacial Spear! Holy Landle! Freeze Laser!
Dragon Form!
Here goes! Confiscated! I'm all
Negative
jumped up!
gate!
Laser Ray! Illuminate the
Russia!
sky!
To flame and fury!
Laser Ray! Holy Land! If it's in the sky, it's mine!
Dragon Form!
Where are you going?
Negative
May
gate!
1,000 gales carry you to dread!
Devastation! Black and flame!
50 nails! Laser Ray! Annihilation! Lightning Array!
Execution!
Thunder Lightning! Illumine now!
Devastation! Kisara! Commander of Heaven! Phoenix Cyclops!
I think I'm getting stronger.
What are those? They look like Shion's thorns, and with flowers too.
Not real ones, though. They're just like that flower growing out of Rena.
We must be getting close to the Great Spirit now.
Hey, Rinwell, what was that thing you said about how a little bit of Dana's Great Spirit is inside all of us?
Right. That's why Dana's Great Spirit is so much more diluted. Weak, even. Whether it was a choice so it didn't overpower others, or just the way it is anyone's guess.
If that's true, then wouldn't it mean Dana's will could never form under natural conditions?
Yeah, sounds like that's probably the case.
So if Dana exists within all of us, then what if something occurred that brought everyone's hearts and minds together as one? That unity could potentially act as Dana's will.
You mean if everybody was, like, thinking the exact same thing at the exact same time? Come on, there's no way we could pull that off.
I know it's a long shot, but it might work.
Let's assume that's even possible for a second. Would it even be enough to fight back against Rena's Great Spirit?
If nothing else, it might be an option if we can't use the Renis Alma.
Things are different here than on the surface.
That shows how deeply we've ventured into Rena.
And how close we've come to the real enemy.
So here's a question. We came all this way to Rena on the assumption the Renis Alma's here, right?
Don't say it, Law.
Yeah, but I'm just saying...
I said don't.
I can understand why you might be concerned, Law. But you need to remember that there are people it affects more directly than you.
Oh, sorry.
We've managed to make it this far believing. Losing faith now won't do us any good. We're better off focusing our anxiety elsewhere.
Such as?
The Great Spirit. If Hevrecht 35's to be believed, our enemy won't just be handing over the Renis Alma to us. At least, not without a fight.
Not only that, but that same enemy just gulped down more than an entire world's worth of astral energy.
Point taken. It may be strange to say, but when I'm fighting, or at least know what needs to be done, it helps me a lot. I don't doubt myself as much. So thanks, both of you. The floor's on the ceiling and the ceiling's on the floor. This whole thing's making my head spin. Why would they even do something like this?
The Helganquil can bend life forms to suit their will. Nothing they could do at this point would surprise me.
The ceiling is on the floor. That doesn't weird you out?
What good is a team made up of members who all share the same opinions on everything? And besides, when you get to be at my ripe old age, one begins to consider it quite uncouth to show one's true emotions at times.
Oh, come on, Grandpa. You can't be that old.
The sands of time wait for none of us, lad.
Yeah, we'll see. Though at this rate, I guess I'll have to live long enough to get as old as you first, huh?
You will. And when the time comes, I look forward to hearing you change your tune on the matter.
That enemy looks strong. I bet it'll be worth our while to fight it.
This one will be difficult to predict.
Now you see what I can do! Far enough!
Thanks for the healing. Watch yourself, okay? Yeah, you too.
I'm ready!
I've got it! This one's got your name on it!
Ashes to ashes! A merry distraction.
There's still more to go.
I shall ensure you survive this. Hurricane thrust!
Raging cascade!
We've turned the tables on.
There are still more left.
Right. No time to hold back. Spirits within the enemy gives us too.
You'll soon see about that.
Devastation!
Now! Follow him! This one's got your name on it!
Ashes to ashes!
Raging cascade! Burning? Let them
Dragon swarm! Air pressure!
More for the sun!
Resonate with the elements! Dragon swarm!
My judgment!
This one's all mine!
Hey, one at a time! Black after raging cascade! Do it!
Hurricane! I'm ready!
This one's got your name on it!
Ashes to ashes! Elusive dragon swarm!
Reload!
Plasma shock!
Now! Lock! Get toasty!
Bird strike!
This should make for some good weapon crafting material.
Coming through!
I'll smash you! Light astral energy!
Take this!
Lightning condemned! Ray! Thunderblade! It's a duel of the arts! That'll bring you down! Holy land!
Flying freak! Why can't they just sit still?
Can you take care of them? Look sharp! Lightning thunderblade!
Scream, pain, and blood.
An astral
That's my cue!
Shut him down! I'm ready!
Dueling! This one's got your name on it!
Ashes to ashes! A merry distraction.
There's still more to go! Lightning orb! Illuminate the dark! Come forth, holy glitter! Holy land! Corruption! By the power of water!
Swarm!
Magna ray! Let the marksman handle this! Eat dirt! Big astral energy! That'll bring you down! Hold on
I'm
to your
ready.
heart!
Dragon
Here I
Ball.
come! Astral energy!
Say no more.
Am I on a roll or what?
Well, look who's in a bright and shiny mood.
Toodle's hungry.
Funny. I could have sworn that was your stomach making all the racket.
Coming through!
Pieces!
Dragon Swarm! Come and face me!
They may look cute and stuff, but they're vicious.
Smash you!
In here.
Pesky airborne scoundrels!
Sounds like a job for yours truly.
Leave the charges! Now it's my turn!
Burn it down!
Send from the way! Dragon Swarm!
Denied! Glacial speed!
Illuminate the dark!
They smite with blackened blade!
Holy Land!
I'll stop its charge!
Thanks, Kisara.
Dragon Swarm! Coming through! Ha! Now! Scarlet Inferno!
Sighted. Illuminate the dark!
Dragon Swarm!
Illuminate the
Bloody
dark!
howling!
Searing flame! Reload! Holy Land! Raging cascade!
Try harder!
Mega ray!
Dragon Swarm! Dragon
Leave the enemy's arcs to me!
No complaint here!
In the sky, it's mine!
Hitting pile driver! I'll face you! Dragon Swarm!
Lightning condemned! Thunder flame!
On your knees! Thanks!
Anything in armor is all mine! Flare tornado! Hold on to your arms! Here it comes!
Dragon Swarm!
Annihilation!
And more of this will burn out! Dragon Swarm!
I can handle it!
Cyan instant!
Not on my watch!
Demon Blast!
Annihilate Photon! Denied!
I'll face you!
Illuminate the blah blah blah!
Here I come! Soaring blast!
Here comes Lightning Spear! Pierce evil!
Dragon Swarm!
Illuminate the Blaze Lancer! Holy Land!
I'll face you! It's on! Can't get out of this! Time to let it rip! Blast the shot!
Lightning Condemned!
We turn the tables on! Coming through! Ha! Now! Scarlet Inferno!
I'm ready!
Elusive deity!
Vanquish darkness!
I can carve through armor! Awaken and
Here's a healing arc! First aid!
Okay.
Divine Streak! Into the shadow!
On your knees!
Mega Ray!
Burn in hell!
Annihilation!
Dragon
Mega
Swarm!
Ray! Photon dance in the wind!
Dragon
Sleep
Swarm!
well.
Bestow thy
This'll
mystic
come in
mercy!
handy! Back to the fray! Mega Ray!
Try harder!
More enough!
I owe you.
Is that a healing art? It is. I can't ignore the pain. I'll try to be more
Raging
careful.
cascade! A freezing
Dragon Swarm!
Not in your dreams! A tornado! All disasters made one! Annihilation!
Dragon Swarm!
Searing flame! Do it!
Chill!
This ends now!
Consider yourself finished!
There you go,
Resonate
Elfin!
with the earth. It's time to end this battle!
I'm right beside you! Anything in armor is all mine!
Let me see what I can do! Bloody You picked the wrong fight! Dragon Swarm!
By the power of water! Eat dirt! This'll come in handy!
Megasonic Thrust! Pierce! Take this!
Watch and I never miss!
Take this!
Up and at 'em! Let's go!
Megasonic Thrust!
Negative Pierce! Lightning Condemned! Thunder Blade! Far enough! Illuminate Lightning Condemned! Holy Land! Burning Thrust!
Rending you apart! Bloody howling!
Now!
Chill!
This ends now!
Consider yourself finished!
I wonder if we can make new weapons with this. This might be some decent equipment.
Anything that makes battles easier is okay by me.
Dragon Swarm!
Thunder Field! Raging
Be careful, everyone!
coming through!
This one isn't normal!
Confiscating!
On
Now! Lost! Get toasty!
Bird Strike! Snake of the abyssal
There! Mega Ray! Crossblade! Dance in the wind! Seal! I'll be saving this one! Photon Flash!
Megasonic Thrust!
One at a time! Air Martial Wire completely! Ow!
Try harder! Time to let it rip! Begin!
Ready to go! Photon Flash!
No! Can't end here! Forgive me.
I
This is
never
my
miss!
fault.
Sir! In here! Where are you going? Bronze and red!
Can't get out of this! I'm ready!
Lunar Corruption!
Where
are you going?
Clear for us a path! That did it!
Cyclone!
Shattering of pieces!
Do it!
Hey! Blow them away!
Photon Raging Denied!
They smite with blue
In here! Get on in there with the others!
Dragon Swarm! Execution! It's on! Green base and Dragon Swarm! Rending you apart!
Arch Field! Freezing! Do it! Astral Energy!
Say no more.
Well, am I improving?
Tremendously. The speed and precision of your aim. simply unmatched.
I had no idea you were watching me so closely.
Retreat if you know what's good for you.
Please don't mind if I do. I never miss. Bronze and red.
Dragon form!
Your wings won't save you from me. That'll bring you down. Thermalase Ranger.
Flying free! Why can't they just sit still?
Sia, can you take care of them?
No sooner said than done.
Dragon
Now.
form! Chill!
This ends now.
Consider yourself finished.
There you go.
Can
Reinforcement.
you take it? Dragon form!
Lightning orb.
Victory is within reach.
More
Dig
sucrose?
deep and we can do them down.
Impressive fervor, little one.
Hurricane thrust!
They're all contained.
Let's get you all tucked away.
Armor won't save you!
Annihilation.
Dragon form! The enemy wields odds too.
We'll soon see about that.
Dragon form! Denied! Soil. Awaken and wreak havoc!
A new lease on life.
Megasonic thrust!
Radiant
Masterful dash!
None shall escape my judgment. More for the top. Thermalase Ranger.
Leading pile driver!
Cyan.
Not today!
Too much to handle.
Dragon form! I owe you so much.
Now. Strike. Glacial Spear. Pierce Eagle. Not on my watch. Freeze Lancer.
Dragon form!
Bloody howling!
If it's in the sky, it's mine. Let the marksman handle. Get toasty.
Bird strike!
There. More
Anything in armor is all mine!
Where are you going? Raging Cascade.
The flame inside me, yours!
Please I'll be standing for you. Burning
In a bind?
Steel Force. Nine gets Reload.
Eagle ray!
Do it. Go for it.
Prepare to crumble!
Vanquish
More?
darkness.
Elusive deity!
Plasma
Rotating pile driver!
Streak. Searing Flame. Reload.
Rotating
Storm guarding wind. Cars down.
thank you.
I'm ready. Now. Astral energy. Full throttle.
A flawless victory.
Them?
Naturally. That'll bring you down. Lightning.
devastation! More? Devastation!
Annihilation. Here
Dragon
goes.
form!
Burning strike. Glacial Spear.
Bloody
Pierce Eagle.
howling! Resonate with the
Freeze
earth!
Lancer. Confiscated.
Stalagmite!
Now.
Chill!
This ends now.
Consider yourself finished!
Take it.
More?
Illuminate the dark.
Dragon form!
Catapult. Holy land. Let the marksman handle this.
you!
Do it.
More?
Cyan instant. I never miss. Sleep now. More for the dark.
Hurricane thrust!
Blood.
Tear!
Glacial Spear.
Hurricane
Pierce Eagle.
Tear!
Freeze
Hurricane
Lancer.
thrust!
In a bind?
Tear! Hurricane thrust!
Sleep now.
Raging lunar
Dragon
storm!
form!
Graviton Field. Raging
No
Cascade.
escape!
Awaken and wreak
Take this! I'm not done!
Burning strike.
Plasma shot!
I thought you were going to wreck the place.
I'm not nearly finished yet.
Then I'll provide assistance however I can.
This ends now.
Consider yourself finished!
Remember to tell me if you need healing.
I expect you'll be in high demand if that's the case.
Hey, new equipment!
The Zoogles here are putting up a real fight.
That just goes to show how important this place is.
Or perhaps they simply thrived freely here under such harsh conditions.
I don't give a damn why they're here. We'll burn it all to the ground.
The astral energy here is so dense. It's like trying to walk through water.
I know the Great Spirit's will is in the center of Rena, but with the world in this state, the entire planet has become its body, right? So doesn't that mean we're already inside it?
I would say that is horrifyingly correct. After all, the further we climb, the denser the astral energy becomes.
What's the matter, Rinwell? Are you not feeling all right?
No, it's nothing like that. It just feels like the energy here is a little more intense than it was before.
You mean Rena's energy?
Yeah. It's like when I made contact with Dana's will in the wedge. It's almost as though I can understand what Rena's will is thinking.
But Rena's will is supposed to be a lot stronger. Aren't we risking the Great Spirit controlling us if we interact with it directly?
I don't think we have to worry about that. Rena's will is only supposed to control true Renans, like the Helganquil. If we can discern what the Great Spirit is thinking too, we might learn something, a weakness. But just to be safe, let me contact it alone.
Are you insane? Rinwell, you're gonna...
Rinwell!
There was only meant to be one world. And your goal is to make them one. Is this fear? What just happened?
Are you all right? Rinwell? Rinwell, are you okay?
No, I'm fine. I think.
What were you thinking? You could have gotten yourself killed!
He's right. You had us all terrified, Rinwell.
I'm sorry. I really am. But I know now. I know how the Great Spirit thinks. I know what it wants, how it feels. Rena's Great Spirit wants to complete the world.
What's that supposed to mean? Are you saying it's trying to make something?
Yes, exactly. Originally, Dana and Rena were meant to be one world. But that never happened. They've stayed separated, and the Great Spirit wants to finish the process.
What do you mean, one world? How is that even possible?
I don't know, but its will is clear. That's what the Great Spirit is trying to accomplish. The only problem is that since Rena's energy isn't evenly spread like Dana's, it seems like it'll vanish before that happens naturally.
So it's trying to absorb Dana while it still can, so that it can force the two planets to unite. Is that what you're saying?
The Great Spirit is scared. But it's not scared the way a rational person would be. It's more raw and undiluted, like just pure fear.
Like an animal, acting out of instinct. Although admittedly, an animal would be easier to communicate with. At the very least, I have my doubts that it recognizes us as sentient beings with a reason for coming here. Earth, water, fire, and wind energy exist in both worlds, but only darkness and light can be found within Rena and Dana, respectively. The Renis Alma, as far as we know, the only host capable of harvesting the astral energy, is composed of all six. Knowing all that, Rinwell's findings do sound plausible.
That sounds a lot like Shion's thorns, doesn't it? The whole reason the Great Spirit is trying to unite Dana and Rena into one world is in order to save itself. And if her thorns are part of the Great Spirit, then they must also be trying to save themselves?
Alphen, what is it?
We thought the only way to free your thorns was for you to die. Yet despite that, they seem to be doing everything in their power to stop that from happening to you. Something wasn't adding up. But then I just realized something. If the Great Spirit doesn't want to die, then neither would your thorns. Those same emotions, that fear, that determination, and its energy must have been the same thing that was keeping you alive. You were its vessel.
In that case, is that why her thorns caused so much pain to anyone who touched her? Because they were trying to protect themselves?
If that's all true, then... well, it's more than a little ironic.
The Great Spirit merely expresses its desires. I imagine it was the Helganquil who were likely tasked with putting together and implementing an actual plan.
Xion.
I'm okay. We need to hurry and clean this mess up before it gets out of hand.
Still, even if the current state of the world is wrong like you said, does that really make everything okay?
If the world had been whole from the start, as it should have been, there'd be no Dana and no Rena, no masters or slaves, no lords, no crown contest, maybe just peace.
To think, all this started because of the Great Spirit's desire to keep living. The only reason it craves energy is because it's dying from starvation. When you think about it like that, maybe the things it's done aren't so strange after all.
If Rena had been more like Dana, things would have worked out a whole lot better.
It's like Hevrecht 35 told us. The Danan and Renan spirits are meant to be completely different beings.
Rena's energy amassing in one place led to its developing a powerful will. But that also made it crave energy, sapping Rena dry until it perished.
Whereas Dana's energy is dispersed, meaning its will never developed to the same extent. And without that hunger, Dana the planet was spared.
As for which is correct, well, I'm not sure it's our place to even say. Still, I can't help but think it reminds me a lot of the dichotomy of the human condition.
Dichotomy? What do you mean?
Those who know not satisfaction are driven to keep devouring without limit. But those who are content with their lot in life rarely fulfill their potential. I imagine it's likely that the larger Rena's great spirit grew, the more and more powerful its hunger also became.
Everything in moderation. When all's said and done, maybe that's the hardest thing for people to learn.
This will be a delicious piece of cake.
Shattering of pieces! Attack one!
Here's the eagle.
Retreat is the best strategy.
Coming through!
That'll bring you down!
Raging Lunar Storm!
Radiant illuminate the
Never
sky!
see what I can
shoot
do!
them out of the sky! Far enough! Holy man! Blacking hurts their weak point!
Take this!
Outstanding form! Astral energy! Mega ray! Annihilation! Burning strike! Glacial
Megasonic
spear!
thrust!
Fierce evil! Searing
Elusive devastation!
My will!
Rotating
Flare
blast!
tornado!
Snake of the abyssal deep!
Lunar blast! Retreat! Lunar blast!
Aqua Serpent! Dragon Swarm!
Got it! Radiant Mega Champ! Shield!
Dragon Swarm!
Anything in
order is all mine!
7 Thunder
No
Wheel!
dawn shall break this
Fire Blade to the wind! Air thrust! Cyan Instant!
Tear! Hurricane Thrust!
Here goes! Annihilation!
Dragon
Hold
Swarm!
on here, I never... Here I come!
Far enough!
Lightning Orb! Raging Cascade!
Armor won't save you! Execution!
Gas in the wind! Air thrust! There! Pass this! Confiscated!
Time to let it rip!
Dance in the wind!
Lotus
Air
Fury!
thrust! Mega Blast! Blah blah blah! Annihilation! Thunder!
Coming through! Ha! Now! Scarlet Inferno! Elusive deity in a bind!
There! There you go!
You picked the wrong fight! Raging Lunar Storm! Megasonic Thrust! On your knees!
Let's get you off
Megasonic Thrust! Air pressure!
Illuminate the
Soil! Awaken and wreak havoc! Ready and raring!
Cyan, back into the fray! Captain, annihilate!
Here I come!
Mega ray!
It's over!
It's weakened!
The fluidity of your
This
movement is
ends
simply
now!
incredible.
Back to the
Now the
blade!
sky is mine! This ends now!
Consider yourself finished!
This should make for some good weapon crafting material.
Wherever we go on this planet, there are machines littered everywhere.
It's impressive to look at as a bystander, but I sure wouldn't want to live here with all of this around.
I know what you mean. There are no fish here. I couldn't cook any of my delicious dinners for you all if we lived here.
Clearly the worst point against it.
No choice!
I never miss! Here goes!
Dragon Swarm!
Not on my watch!
Not today!
Lunar Storm! Here's a healing
Dragon
arc!
Swarm!
Why'd you heal me?
To stop you dying?
Megasonic Thrust!
Outstanding form!
Fire enough! Here!
Illuminate the sunlight! Holy land!
Dragon Swarm! Elusive! You require a help. Megasonic Thrust!
Oh, violent
Soaring blast!
Now, the light cleanser! Dance in the wind! Feel!
I'm not done!
Healing circle!
Rending you apart! No further!
I owe you, Sion.
Healing is what my arts do best.
All mine can do is cause havoc and destruction.
Try harder! Can you take it? Ignite! Getting pile driver! Soaring blast!
Let them
Eagle
march
ray!
now! That'll bring you down!
Dragon Swarm!
Nothing gets by me!
This one keeps charging us!
That's what my shield's for. Get behind me.
Got it! I'll leave it to you! Dragon Swarm!
Radiant blood! Dance in the wind!
Mega Pistol!
Magic birthday!
Eat them!
Watch and weep!
Dragon Swarm!
Annihilation! Raging Cat Lightning! Downfall!
Take this!
Illuminate
Take
this! Leave the enemy's arts to me!
You! No complaints here! Prepare to be serious!
Let's go!
Glacial Spear!
Here's evil!
Hurricane
Freeze Lancer!
I'm ready!
Another incantation.
Collection! I'm all puffed up! Lightning
Do it!
Astral energy! Full throttle!
My concentration is dwindling. Perhaps I'm tired.
Raging Cascade! Let's cut our luck! The flashing... Hey, Hoodle!
Try harder!
I try not to chase fruitless endeavors.
It'll body slam us into next week!
Anything in order.
It's on you.
They're surrounding us! Luminaire! Gemini Aqua! Mega Ray!
Sometimes the retreat is the best strategy. Coming through!
Lightning Storm! Thunder
On your knees!
Glacial Spear! Here's evil! The wise warrior knows when to call it quits!
So those thorns of Shion's, they're really a part of Rena's great spirit?
Most likely, but only a small fragment of it in the big picture. I don't sense a will of its own emanating from them.
If it's that insignificant, is there that much point getting rid of it?
I'd steer clear of that Zoogle if I were you.
Damn. That weak, huh?
sword-wielding Sugal?
And not just one, but four!
It thinks 2 extra hands is enough to beat me. It's sorely mistaken!
Let's just focus on what's important.
Not today!
Raging Cascade!
This one keeps charging us!
It looks like you got this covered. Get behind me!
Got it! I'll leave it to you! Hurricane thrust!
Far enough! There! One more! Lightning condemn!
Hurricane thrust!
Here's a healing illuminate magic! I can't hold on much longer!
Tear! Hurricane thrust!
Burning strike!
It's too much! Another incantation ruined!
Freezing storm! Vanquish darkness!
Ready and raring!
Searing flame!
Awaken and revive!
I'm all stopped up! Annihilation!
Tear! Hurricane thrust!
Thousand
Roll inside me! Yours to be let free! Tear!
Being interrupted.
Burning strike!
Burn it
Take
out!
this!
Illuminate the
Dragon
dark!
swarm!
In a bind?
Holy glare! Gut! And again! Holy land!
Resonate with the earth! Stalagmite! On your
Illuminate the
Try
dark!
harder!
Don't get carried away!
Dragon swarm!
Through! That'll bring you down! Holy land!
Such unadulterated fury!
Astral energy! Not on my watch!
Ready and raring! I'll smash you!
Hurricane thrust! Tear! Hurricane thrust!
Elusive deity!
Tear! This one's all
The
done!
fluidity of your movement is simply incredible.
Hurricane thrust!
Glacial spear! Here's the evil!
Resonate with the earth! Stalagmite! Green faith and blood! Rending you a bloody
Dragon swarm!
It's weakened!
Dragon swarm! This ends now!
Sleep now! This'll cut me!
Shattering of pieces!
Glacial spear! Here's the evil!
Hurricane thrust!
Now's our chance!
Hurricane thrust!
Spread! Magic Gazam! Air thrust! Photon blast! Free blender!
Can't get out of this! I can carve through armor!
Dance in the wind! Sleep now!
I'm ready!
This'll come in handy!
Look sharp! Lightning Tiger Blade!
Light Astral Energy! Here goes! This one's mine!
Rending you
May a
apart!
thousand gales carry
Bloody
us!
howling!
By the
Hurricane
power of
thrust!
water!
Stalagmite!
Planetary stream!
Hurricane thrust!
Ready to go! Carry it ashore!
Far enough!
I'm all stopped up! Raging storm! They're not playing around!
Take it!
Tunnel! Light
Hurricane
Astral
thrust!
Blood!
time!
You get the gist! Holy land! Gemini Ultra! Searing flame! Reload! Lightning orb!
Shattering cosmic pieces! Elusive deity!
Orb in the sky high! Think again!
Dragon swarm!
Captivity!
I'll smash you!
Holy land! Too much to handle!
Now or never!
Burning strike! Lightning
No
condemn!
further!
Thunderblade! Illuminate the deep!
Taste! Seismic rush
That'll bring you down! Firmament render!
Captivity!
A freezing storm!
Ready to go!
Lightning condemn! Far enough! Thunderblade!
Rending you apart!
Dragon swarm!
Bloody howling!
Don't mind if I do!
Try harder! Time to let it rip!
Photon blast!
This has a most peculiar taste.
Air thrust!
Stalagmite! Shattering of pieces! Attack time!
Coming through! Ha! Now! Scarlet Inferno!
Now you see what I can do! Eagle Ray!
May a thousand gales
Hurricane thrust! Tear! Hurricane thrust!
Catapult!
Try harder!
Out of the woods, it seems.
The enemy is going all out! Free blender! Air thrust! A freezing storm!
Hurricane thrust!
Rending you
Ice
apart!
tornado!
Bloody hurricane! You require help! In a bind?
Dance in the wind! Steel!
Handle it! Can you take it?
This'll come in handy!
Hurricane thrust!
this it?
Don't give up! Lightning can
No
dance!
dawn shall
Ready
break
to go!
this night.
Where are you going?
Spirits within the soil. Awaken and wreak
Here
havoc.
goes!
I can feel the medicine working.
Holy Land confiscated! Searing flame! Reload!
Masterful dash.
Someone in taking the dark! Annihilation! Here's a burning strike!
I'm ready.
Lightning!
Chill.
This ends now!
Consider yourself finished.
It got rid of the sword. Looks like I won after all.
Except it doesn't look like that thing's finished yet. Not by a long shot.
Dragon Swarm. You're mine. Tear. Hurricane for the flame inside me. Yours to be let free. You picked the wrong fight. Dance on the wind. Dragon Swarm. Prepare to be seized. In a bind. Thrilling performance. Try harder. Spirits within the soil. Awaken and wreak havoc.
I never miss. Holy Land!
Masterful dash.
None shall escape my judgment. Hold on to your heart. Here I come.
Is this it?
Forgive me. This is my
New
fault.
lease on life.
Reflect on thy sins.
Not on
They
my
smite
watch.
with lightning
I
blade. Big shot it.
Here's let's go.
Pieces.
A new lease on life. Wind astral energy. Reload. I'm out of ammo. Illuminate magic exam. Holy Land.
I feel
Here I go. One more. General Aqua.
Naked the abyssal deep.
Here's the real.
I'm ready. Chill.
This ends now.
Consider yourself finished.
Orochi Spirit. No dawn shall break this night.
Megasonic Supernova. Dance in the wind. I can handle it now. Forward up.
You.
I'll be fading this way.
Eat dirt.
Reload.
Bathed in blood.
I'm ready.
Rending you apart.
That'll bring you down. Lightning orb. Banana, let's go.
Take this.
Into the shadow.
I didn't think you had it in you.
Okay. It'll be time to congratulate me later.
Nothing much I can say to that.
Armor won't save you.
Get right.
Rotating pile driver.
Thunder field. Raging cascade.
Can you take it?
Sleep now. Get out there with the others. Hold on to your art. Here I come.
Watch yourself.
Tidal wave.
I sense incredible power.
Lunar corruption.
Megasonic
Aqua.
They smite with
Raging storm.
seismic
Ready to go.
Raging
Raging Don't mind if I do.
Spirits within the soil.
Vanquish darkness. Here's
Deny.
evil.
Try harder.
Freeze Lancer. Raging storm.
Here.
Blows flight.
Megasonic thrust.
Anything in armor is all
None shall
mine.
escape my judgment. I never miss. Thunder field.
I can carve through. Knock it into next week.
Illuminate the evil. Come forth.
Burn it
now.
down. Chill.
This ends now.
Consider yourself finished.
I think I'm getting stronger.
My word. This must be the work of Providence.
Provo what now?
It means destiny. I think it's a bit of an exaggeration, though.
delicious piece of cake. None shall escape my judgment.
In a bind?
Illuminate the... Come forth, holy glimmer!
Begin! Blind freaks! Why can't they just sit still?
Shia, can you take care of them?
No sooner said than done.
A charge like that could easily be fatal.
Just as well, I'm here to stop it.
Far enough! Tear you to shreds!
Try harder! The enemy wields on. 2.
You'll soon see... Now that!
Shattering the pieces! Attack time!
Requires complete focus!
Try harder! Stay calm. I shall provide assistance.
Confiscated!
Tempest!
Burning strike!
Megasonic!
This one's mine! Photon, lightning attack! Gemini Ultra! Do it!
Coming through! Ha! Now! Scarlet Inferno! Dragon Swarm! You picked the wrong fight! Dragon Swarm!
Glacial Spear! Pierce evil!
Explosive ring!
Victory is within reach.
Dig deep, and we can do this!
Impressive fervor, little one.
Radiant Cascade!
Seismic Rupture!
Radiant Flood!
Dragon!
Dance in the wind!
Your blade moves like silk.
Here!
I just let my instincts take over. How fascinating.
As impressive as always.
And here I hoped I was intrigued.
No, I mean, you're even better than ever.
I've never seen Leon actually look flustered.
You picked the wrong fight! Dragon Swarm!
Air thrust! Light astral energy!
Megasonic Thrust! Here!
Smite with lightning the shadows! This one's mine! Glacial Spear! Pierce evil! Illuminate the dark! Come forth, holy ghost!
Dragon Swarm!
I'm all stuck! Don't mind if I do!
Yours to be let free!
Lightning condemned!
Tear! Dragon Swarm!
Cascade!
It's wide open!
It won't escape me.
Not to the... It's go time! Dragon
Lunar
Swarm!
corruption!
I'll smash you!
Let's get you out of the way! Lightning orb! It's showtime! Dance in the wind! Sweep now and feel better. Get out there with the others! A new lease on life! Illuminate the blah blah blah! Holy land! Don't leave me! What the doctor ordered! Glacial Spear!
Can't get out of this!
Freeze Lancer!
Spirits within the soil.
Awaken and wreak havoc!
I'm ready!
Resonate with the earth! Beckett! Everlasting darkness! Ready and raring!
Illuminate the dark!
I've healed
Come
myself.
forth, holy glim, holy land! Hold on to your art. Here I come! Downfall! Now it's mine! I'm all
Devastation!
Searing flame!
Dragon Swarm!
House it! House it! Lightning condemned!
It's on!
Ready to go!
Hurricane Thrust!
Illuminate the dark! Come forth,
Hurricane
holy
Thrust!
Glacial Spear! Pierce evil!
Hurricane Thrust!
Freeze Lancer!
Dragon Swarm! Try harder! Masterful dash!
Photon into the wind!
Hurricane Thrust! Now, while it's reeling!
Take it down!
Hurricane Thrust!
Being interrupted.
Kisara! Go for it!
Prepare to crumble!
Here's our silent instant! Glacial Spear, where are you going?
Catapult! Tempest!
Burning Strike! Glacial Spear, here's the evil!
Tear! Hurricane Thrust! Shattering the pieces! Take this! Tear!
Now!
Hurricane Thrust!
This will come in handy!
Tear! Captain I'll grind you into dust! Dragon Swarm! Captivity!
Confiscated! Got do it!
Swarm!
Astral energy! Full throttle!
Remember to tell me if you need healing.
I expect you'll be in high demand if that's the case.
That equipment should come in handy.
A dead end, huh?
Why don't we just use this?
Wait!
Jeez! Don't scare me like that! What, is there something wrong with it?
No, it's not that. It's just... this is it. Whatever it is, we're about to find out.
It's the moment of truth. There's no turning back now till we've won. Either we get through this, or we vanish along with the rest of the world as we know it. Is everyone ready?
We've come this far. I'm not about to turn tail now. I say we knock this thing out and head back home.
It's time to relegate the past to where it belongs. It's been a long journey getting here, but it ends now.
No, this isn't the end. Once we've overthrown the old order, there's still the task of creating a new world.
A world without divisions, where no one cares whether you're Danon or Renan, or if you have magic or not. You're right. We have to win this.
Let's get going then. After all, our future awaits.
Our future. One free of tyranny and exploitation. For the freedom to live with those we hold dear. And for a new era. Let's go! Are we on that giant flower?
We're finally here then.
But then, where is the core of the Great Spirit? Or the Renaissance, for that matter.
According to Hevrek 35, this should be where we find the core.
Rinwell, do you sense anything?
This is definitely where the energy of the Great Spirit is strongest, but what's giving off the most energy is the flower we're standing on.
That said, we're not gonna be able to destroy something this huge. You want me to hit it and see what happens?
Hey, look!
The Renaissance!
Is that like Dana's astral energy? But why?
What?
Stay sharp! Something's coming!
This is the Great Spirit's core?
And in order to fight us, it's taken on this form?
My thorns. I feel them whirling inside me. They're getting restless. I'm certain of it. This is the source of my thorns, and of my visions. This is the darkness that will consume all existence.
What do we do now? The Renaissance was inside that thing, and I don't think we'll win this fight without it.
We have to get it back.
We will find a way somehow.
Agreed. And now that it has a physical form, cutting through it's what we'll do.
Great Spirit, I understand you want to live. You've made that very clear. However, if you're planning on destroying everything, then first, you'll have to get through us. Everyone, let's go!
We're not energy for you to consume, and we're not puppets for you to control!
Only humankind has a right to determine their own future. We will never let something like you take that away from us.
I'm sorry, but we won't let you take any more away from us. We'll do whatever it takes to stop you!
I fight to quell the sounds of anguish from our world, that it may be filled with joy and peace once again.
Give it back! Give it all back! Give us back our world and give me back my own life!
Once and for all, we're going to end centuries of terror and death. Right here, right now.
The unity of your movement is simply incredible.
I'll grind you into Hurricane Struck! Crescent Flash! Tear! Hurricane Struck!
Here's evil!
I'll smash you!
Holy Wave Lantern!
Thou art being interrupted.
Leave the charge!
None of your escape lightning condemned!
Tear! Not today!
Such unadulterated fury.
Denied!
Try harder!
Hurricane on the soil.
Hurricane Struck! Tear!
Masterful dash!
Hurricane Thrust! On your head!
Searing Flame! Reload!
Devastation!
Tempest Swirl!
Bloody
Ready up!
That'll bring you down!
Thunder Blade! Illuminate the
Can't get out of this!
Come forth! Holy Glimmer! Holy Lamp!
I can carve through armor! Elusive deity! Tornado drop!
Raging Cascade! Spread! Dance in the wind!
Clear the shadows to me!
Get on in there with the
This
others!
one's all mine!
Art expert coming
Elusive
through!
deity!
Thunder
I'm ready!
corruption! This ends now!
Consider yourself finished!
Raging Cascade! Dance in the wind! Feel! Don't mind if I do! Burning Strike!
Far enough!
Shining Supernova!
Hurricane
Leave the enemy's arts to me!
What the world? No complaints here!
I'll be saving this one! Searing Flame! Reload!
Resonate with... Here! This is your lifeline! Anything in armor is all now! I can carve through armor!
Illuminate the dark! Come
Another
forth!
incantation
Let the
ruined.
marksman handle this!
Luna Rondo! Luna Rondo! In a bind?
Firmament Render! Downfall! None
Transform! Everlasting shock!
Illuminate! Blah blah blah! That's it! Holy Lamp! None shall escape my judgment!
Leave the chargers to me! Tear! Hurricane Thrust! Tear! Hurricane Thrust! Tear!
Supernova! Our next turn coming through! Not on my watch! Annihilate lightning condensed! Illuminate the
Far enough!
Come forth! Oh, close one!
Now you see what I can do!
Such unadulterated fury.
Dance in the wind! Fire! Glacial Spear! Here's evil! Freeze Lancer! Lightning Orb! Up and at 'em! Let's go! By the power of
Hurricane Thrust! Everlasting shock!
Divine!
I must remember my limits.
Hurricane Thrust!
If it's in the sky, it's
I've
mine!
healed myself.
Glacial Spear! This one's mine! Holy Glimmer!
Negative gate! Can't get out of this!
Forgive me.
This is my fault. Dragon Form!
Lightning Orb! Dance in the wind!
Try harder!
Feel! Get on in there with
Resonate
them!
with the earth!
Hurricane Thrust! I can handle it! I can do this all day!
Hurricane Smash you!
Magic is
You picked the wrong fight! Dragon Form! Resonate with the earth! Instinct sharpen!
Sleep now! More for the stockpile!
Hurricane Thrust! Tear! Hurricane Thrust!
Do it! This ends now!
Consider yourself finished!
After all that, it's still standing. Just how strong is this thing?
It doesn't matter. You just have to keep kicking its ass until it bites the dust!
conserving its energy for an escape.
That bastard took off with the Renaissama!
We can't stand here and wait for it to come back. We'll have to follow it through there.
You're right. I don't like it, but we've got no choice.
Yeah. No matter what, we can't let it get away.
All right, let's go.
I'm surprised we can stand here at all. What in the hell is this place?
Beats me. I've never seen anything like it. More importantly, where's the Great Spirit?
Look! Over there!
What in the world? It's changing shape?
Oh, this is bad. It looks like it's regaining all of its energy. It's going to grow even bigger than before.
Damn it. Come on, we've got to find a way to...
Watch out! Something's heading our way!
Guess they're here to try to stop us. There's so many of them.
That means we've got it running scared. Let's take these out and keep moving!
Get out of our way already!
I didn't expect such base tactics from a supreme being.
You can't assume we're fighting something that thinks like a human!
Whatever it is, it's wasting time that we don't have.
Yeah, not only that, but that thing is getting bigger by the minute.
It's starting to slow down the more it grows. We should be able to catch up soon enough.
We just need to hold on. Stay strong, everyone, and stand your ground!
Vanquish darkness!
No further! Anything in armor is all mine!
Here! Let me
I
help!
can carve through armor!
First aid!
I owe you one.
Negative!
Being interrupted.
Far enough! There! Shield! Vanquish darkness!
Dragon Form!
Back into the fray!
Orochi
Annihilation! Here! Streak!
Crescent Flash!
I'll stop it here! Thanks, Kisara! Flare Tornado!
Hurricane Thrust!
Masterful Blast! Let me show you what my
Dragon Form!
Rise and shine! Resurrection!
Elusive Deity!
No more playing nice!
Burn!
Lunar
Tornado
Corruption!
Drive! Ready and ready!
Lunar Blast!
I'll blind you into
smash
dust!
you!
Watch and Raging Star! Arc Annihilation!
Hurricane
This one's mine! Holy Not on my watch! Radiant
Lunar Rongo!
Nothing gets by me! Illuminate the dark! Holy Glimmer!
In a vine?
Get in the wind! In here!
This one's all mine!
Radiant!
Hurricane Thrust! Hurricane Thrust! Hurricane Thrust!
Shattering us pieces! Attack time! Sleep now! I'll be saving this one! Let me show you what my art can do!
Try harder!
I'll heal you all!
Hurricane Thrust! Hurricane Thrust!
Holy Glimmer!
Hurricane Thrust! I owe you one.
Do it! This ends now!
Consider yourself finished!
Raging Cascade! None shall escape my judgment! Nothing
Burn
gets away!
in hell!
I never miss!
Dragon Swarm!
Show you what my art can do!
Explosive
Rise
ring!
and shine! Gusty nails!
Dragon
Resurrection!
Begin!
Far enough! And the enemy carry the dread! Searing flame!
Ready and rare!
Burning strike! Glacial spear! Pierce evil! Vanquish darkness! Freeze
Explosive ring!
Heal! Thanks! Armor won't save you!
Glacial spear! Pierce evil!
Searing gale!
No more playing nice!
Can't get out of this!
Let me show you what my art can do! We rise and shine! Raging cascade!
You apart! Ready!
Here!
Awaken and wreak havoc!
It's time to finish this! Die! Consuming wildfire! Lunar corruption! Dance in the wind! Air thrust! Illuminate the dark!
Captivity!
Slither! Holy Lamb!
Catapult! Anything in armor is all mine! Demon Lance!
Seal!
Eagle Ray!
Dragon Swarm! Where are you going?
Try harder!
Sleep
Bestow
now.
thy mystic mercy!
I'm ready!
Dragon Swarm! Fairy Circle!
Where was I came from?
Explosive Ray!
Blaze Laser!
Dragon Swarm!
Magic Attack! Now!
Within the soil.
Ridwell! Astral Energy! Full throttle! Go!
Brace yourselves! We're going to crash!
We caught up to it.
Hold on. Why did it stop absorbing the energy from Dana?
Like it or not, it lacks the means to do so whilst fighting us. We've become the bigger threat and forced its hand.
All right then. Let's get to work so we can take back the Renaissance.
This madness ends! Right here, right now! And this time, we really mean it!
We've all come so far. We've faced so much. We can get through this. Together.
Naturally, we are all leaving this fight alive.
Hell, I'm just getting warmed up. You ain't seen nothing yet.
The Great Spirit's getting desperate. So stay on your toes, everyone.
Its power's overwhelming.
Then let's whittle down that thing's power. Go!
Right. Let's start with the arm.
Let's do this, Law!
Leave it to me!
Everyone, I'm counting on you.
Raging Storm!
Roach's Fury! Ether!
Air pressure!
Dragon
With
Swarm!
darkness!
Dragon Swarm!
I'll face you!
Resurrection! Divine
Ring!
sunlight!
Tempest!
Nothing gets by me!
Begin!
Raging Storm! I'll heal you all! Go top!
Hurricane Thrust! Tear! Dragon Swarm!
Raging Cascade!
Explosive Ring!
Breath!
No further!
Dragon Swarm! Air thrust! Law!
You with me!
From here on out! We did it!
Yeah!
Heal!
Amazing! All that astral energy!
I don't like the look of this.
We have to stop it! It's back! Dragon
Please,
Swarm!
lightning orb! Where that came from! I'll heal you all!
Explosive Ring!
Breath!
Dragon Swarm!
Air thrust!
I'm
Ready
good.
to go! Let me show you what my heart can do! Rise and shine!
Is everyone okay?
Still alive somehow, if that's what you mean.
Here, let me heal you.
I'm nearly done for.
Resurrection! Tempest Freezing Storm! Ice Tornado!
Hurricane Thrust!
Captivity! Air Thrust! Raging Flame! Reload! Breath!
In a bind?
Johalim!
No more dithering.
Our future begins here!
Always impressive.
I guess that makes two of us then.
Now all that's left is the middle.
Let's do it!
Divine Freak!
Burn!
Sweet dreams will
thank
escape
you.
my judgment! Confiscated!
Explosive Ring!
Seismic rupture!
Here's
Now
a
you
healing
see what I
arm!
can do.
Lightning orb!
Dance on the
Born
wind.
Shining supernova! None
Explosive Ring!
Lightning condemned! Thunder!
Dragon Elusive Deity! Everlasting Dark! Eagle Wave! Take this! Reflect on thy sins. They smite with blood.
Bring you down! Who wants to die next?
Sorry,
Dragon
You do the same for me.
All in order. Elusive Fury! Take it! No art being interrupted. I owe you one. Anything in armor is all mine! Not today! Dragon Swarm! Elusive Fury!
Here's evil!
Take this!
Who wants to die next?
Elusive Fury! Armor won't save you!
Here's a healing Sweet dreams! First aid! If it's in the sky, it's mine! In here!
Dragon Swarm!
Who wants to die next? Not on my watch!
Dance on the wind!
I'll heal you all! Astral energy! More where that came from! Healing circle!
Megasonic Thrust!
Thanks so much! Corruption!
I'll face you!
Raging cascade!
Try harder! Take this! Dragon Swarm! I'll face you! Elusive Deity! Nothing will hold me back! Take this! No escape! Not a chance! Fairy Circle! Take this!
Raging cascade! That'll bring you down! Who wants to die now?
Eat Demon Lash!
I'll be saving this one! Reload!
Elusive Fury!
Here's the evil!
We did it! Next circle! What I can do! Shield! It's you and me!
This is it!
This ends now!
Alphen!
Yeah! We're both fine. We're going to start the ceremony now, before it can recover. Shion.
Yeah.
I've returned, just as I told you I would.
Hurry! The Great Spirit is reviving itself!
Shion! Absorbing the Great Spirit!
Apologies. I can't suppress it for very long.
Hand it over right now. You plan to use this to defeat the Great Spirit. Which is precisely why I'm here. Stand aside and watch. So then you know how to destroy the Great Spirit. Just as well as you and your sorry lot. The Great Spirit that tried to control me will be annihilated. I won't let you do that! Yet do it I shall. And there's nothing you can do to stop me. You bastard! I shall fulfill my duty as a ruler. With this power, I'll bury that woman and the Great Spirit. Then this charade will finally end. Save everyone. And Sion! Silence. I'll tear you apart, slay the girl and the Great Spirit, and erect a fortress of death over both worlds. What do you get from all this? When you have all that power, what will you do? My dominion shall reign over all existence. Nothing else matters. That's it? This is so you can rule over all existence just because? Despicable as they were, even the other lords, even the Great Spirit had a future in mind. But you had nothing. Only death. So what? It matters little to me. You are pathetic. Truly pathetic. And you're not. You are a failure. Empty. A sovereign who couldn't even die in his own time as he was meant to. You're right. I used to wonder why I was still alive after so long. There are things in this world, in the here and now, that are worth protecting. That's why I'm still here. And I won't let you take them away! To hell! Burn! You will know nothing but... Should do it! You will suffer at my hand! The fury of lightning! You're mine! Dragon Swarm! There! This was enough of your foolishness! Dragon Swarm! Why do you resist? There! You will know nothing but agony! Plasma Shock! The fury of lightning! Plasma Shock! I shall erase everything! Searing Gale! Dragon Swarm! You control others to keep from being controlled, but that's a path of never-ending hatred! Don't you understand? Can only end in destruction. The only way to avoid it is with forgiveness! The words of a coward. Your weakness disgusts me! You're wrong. It takes true power to forgive! I have no use for forgiveness. The strong shall always triumph here. You say that because you've been alone so long. If you have someone, anyone to turn to, a single friend, someone to love, People who would support and guide you. You can't have been alone your whole life. All I remember is the flashes of whips. Each strike spreading a stream of fire across my back. The man who killed slaves for sport. And the slaves who sacrificed their compatriots that they might live. There is no love, no friendship, not there or anywhere else. Is there no way for you to see this differently? Enough! You've gambled the fate of this world to save a single life, and yet I am the evil one? How utterly ridiculous. It's true. Maybe it is selfish of me to want to save her, but I swore that I would let no one else be sacrificed in this battle. I can't bear to see her die. You and I are so much more alike than I had ever imagined. No, we're not. I want a world built on kindness, on giving, on warmth. You take and destroy. I'm nothing like you. Infernal Torrent! Power eats all! Rending blast! Explosive ring! I am true of all others shall be banished! Try harder! The blazing sword. The power Xion has bestowed upon me. I'll take you down! It's on! Try this! Infernal Sword! It's over! You are the last obstacle impeding my progress! Die! That's my line! I'll show you the limits of your solitude! What you've done is evil. There's no denying that. I know you didn't walk your path out of weakness, but merely from misguided strength. Misguided because you were alone. Because you had no friends to keep you on the straight and narrow. No one to use all that strength for, other than yourself. That loneliness could make a monster out of anyone. Out of me. I understand. And I forgive you, Volrun. I don't need your victor's pity. And you can choke on your vain forgiveness. Don't! You wish to save this world? To make your selfish dreams into reality? If you choose to walk that path, you choose a path of betrayal, despair, and corruption. And in the darkness at the end, I'll be waiting for you! Volrun! I'm sorry. The Renaissance is...
Yes. But you still possess the blazing sword. It may not be quite as strong as the Renaissance, but nonetheless...
I can't! I would never! It would kill you!
My thorns, they're... Soon the great astral spirit will break free. And when that happens, no one will be spared. But there's still time. You can still destroy the thorns. And me with them.
But that is...
fighting to prevent. I promised I would find a way to save you.
You did. I know. But I don't want you to die either. So please, don't let me be the end of the world.
That's it. Look! The path Dana's energy flowed through is still open. We can use it to call out to Dana's will!
Alphen, what are you saying?
Don't you remember? Rinwell said there was a little bit of Dana's will inside all of us. If there is a way everyone can come together to form Dana's will, then maybe we can ask for it to help us, to find us a way out of this.
Are you really saying that if all of Dana thinks of saving us, it will become the will of the planet itself? That's madness.
Maybe so, but it's the only way we can save you. And the only way to save Rena, too.
To save Rena?
That's right. Rena's will never had evil intent. If we're saving everyone, that includes them. I don't want to live in a world without you, Xion. And I'm tired of living a life built on death.
Alphen, I'm with you.
Collective will of Dana, hear my plea! I want to save Xion! And I want to save Rena too! I want to end this cycle of one joy, constantly being sacrificed for another's pain! So please, grant us your strength! Let's go!
I want to feel your head right now. You are the place, my only home. Yeah, just like the flowers that bloom and fall, repeat over and over again. Oh, I'm barely breathing, breathing to that ground, but each and every time we all stand up. Stop right to yourself and be true to yourself, and that might be we both can exceed destiny. So let's jam it out. You must feel love, but not right by your side. Yeah, just like the flowers that bloom and fall, repeat over and over again. Keep the flame alive. I want to feel your hair right now. You are the place, my only home. I know, I know, I know. Yeah, we can one day whisper like flowers in the sky. No matter where I'm by your side. I know, I know, I know. You and I, let's fly the souls that we're together. Can't feel my heartbeat, so take my hand to new tomorrow.
This place is rather gloomy.
Why don't you lighten the mood for us while we're here then?
I'll see what I can do.